For joining this evening for the August 3rd Louisville City Council meeting. I'm Mayor Ashley Stolzman, and because of COVID-19, this meeting is being held electronically and is being recorded. To request permission to speak during public comment periods, an attendee can raise their hand by clicking the raise hand button that you'll find at the bottom of your screen. Attendees calling in can dial *9 on their phone and we'll see a raised hand appear on your behalf. When I acknowledge you and the city clerk unmutes you, please tell us your name, your address, and your question or concern. Each person will have 3 minutes for their comments. If you'd like to speak on a different topic, you'll need to raise your hand again. Thank you for following these directions and helping us to maintain meeting decorum. There are currently 34 participants in the meeting, and I'll try to remember to let folks know occasionally throughout the meeting how many folks there are. We will try to end around 10. If we're right in the middle of a section of a component, we won't end spot on 10, but we'll try to end this evening around 10 and continue with whatever we can't get to at a future meeting. And I've had a request from council members to take breaks about every 2 hours. And so we'll try to accommodate that and fit it between sections of the meeting as well. And with that, I will turn it to the city clerk for a roll call.
Mayor Stolzman?
Here.
Pro Tem Maloney?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Here.
Councilmember Fahey?
Here.
Councilmember Lay?
Here.
Councilmember Lipton?
Here.
Thank you, everyone. That takes us to the approval of the agenda. I move we approve the agenda but amend it so that items B and C come before item A. So it will go B, C, A in the regular meeting section. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion of the motion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, everyone. The motion carries. And that takes us to our public comments on items that are not on our agenda or items that do appear on our consent agenda. Do any members of the public care to comment this evening on items that are not on our agenda? Seeing none, that takes us over to our consent agenda. Could I please get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was moved by Councilmember Dickinson, seconded by Councilmember Fahey. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, everyone. The motion carries. And next we have our city managers. Next we have our council informational comments on pertinent items that are not on our agenda. Are there any council member comments this evening? Seeing none, I'll turn it to our city manager, Heather Balser, for our city manager's report.
I have nothing to report this evening, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. And so that takes us into our regular business. And as we amended our agenda, we'll start with resolution number 55, series 2021, a resolution approving a business assistance agreement with Umoja Biopharma. We'll find out how to really say that in a moment, for an economic development project in our city. And we'll have a very brief staff presentation from Megan Pierce, our Economic Vitality Director.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present both of these business assistance packages tonight. I'll keep my comments brief given the weight of your other agenda items. So the first package is for Umoja Biopharma. The company is based out of Seattle, Washington, but is experiencing significant growth, is seeking space for its manufacturing capacity as well as process and drug product research. The company is considering other locations in Colorado currently, including Longmont, Broomfield, and Westminster. In terms of background, the company is interested in leasing 725 Tech Court, which is about 150,000 square foot space. So that would be the entire facility. And their projections have them employing about 100 people within 5 years and average job salaries of $160,000. As the agenda report outlines, they would be making significant investments to develop their manufacturing and lab facility. The project meets staff's interpretation of our business assistance program criteria, including bringing high quality development to Louisville, utilizing an existing building, representing job diversity in an industry sector that is growing, and brings a value added result, I think, in terms of the company's mission and purpose in terms of its research and product development in cancer. The proposed assistance package is a 50% rebate of building permit fees and construction use tax that would be capped at $500,000, and then a proposed rebate of 40% on consumer use tax over a 5-year period that would be capped at $900,000. The project would need to be completed by May 31st of 2023, and then based on the amount of proposed assistance, the business would need to remain in Louisville for 10 years or repay a percentage of the rebates received. The overall financial impact of those items would be building permit fees and construction use tax of about $481,000, but that would be offset by anticipated revenues of over $1.1 million. And then based on the estimates provided by the applicant, in terms of purchases related to consumer use tax, there would be rebates, there would be payments of over $70 million over a 5-year period, excuse the mistake there, and we would rebate about $844,000 of that. So over 5 years, just over a $1.3 million impact. And the action requested tonight is to approve the business assistance agreement with Umoja Biopharma.
Thank you, Director Pierce. And that takes us to our public comment on this agenda item. Any members of the public care to comment on this business assistance agreement? Seeing none, that takes us back over. And I was remiss, Director Pierce, and just wondering if the applicant would like to say anything about this.
I am not seeing that the applicant is with us tonight.
All right, we did move around the agenda item, so I apologize if that made it so that they couldn't attend if they had wanted to. So if you'll pass that along for us. Any council discussion, questions, or comments, or would anyone like to frame a motion for our consideration? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move Resolution 55, Series 2021. I'm really excited about this particular business assistance package. It seems, maybe it's just because I'm a biologist by training, but it's exciting to see these kinds of businesses come to Louisville. So,
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion of the motion? It sure would be cool if they came to town and figured out how to resolve the issues they're trying to resolve. That really would be something. So please pass on our thanks for them in considering Louisville, and we look forward to seeing them in town, hopefully, fingers crossed. With that, I'll turn it to the city clerk and ask for a roll call on the motion.
Councilmember Dickinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
yes.
Mayor Stolzman,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Councilmember Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipton,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. That takes us to our next item of business this evening, which is resolution number 56, series 2021, a resolution approving a business assistance agreement with Lulu's Low Country Kitchen, LLC for an economic development project in the city of Louisville. Our staff presentation will come from our Economic Vitality Director, Megan Davis.
So good evening again. Just briefly on this item, Lulu's Low Country Kitchen is currently looking at space in Louisville to open a new restaurant concept. They are interested in leasing the entire Outback Steakhouse location that was previously at 988 West Dillon Road. They aren't considering other locations at this time, but they have not yet executed a lease. In terms of background, this is a little over 6,100 square feet that's been vacant since Outback's closure last year. The tenant anticipates doing some minor renovation work and being able to open yet in 2021. They project to have about 15 employees at start and average job salaries of around $60,000. Staff finds that this project meets our established business assistance program criteria in retaining basic jobs to the city, drawing new customers, and it's not expected to draw a large percentage of business from existing businesses, will create new sales tax to the city, and utilizes an existing vacant commercial space. The proposed assistance is a 50% rebate of building permit fees and construction use tax for the tenant finish work. And since they don't have a lot of work outlined in that area, this would be capped at $1,000. We're also proposing a 50% rebate on new sales tax over a 5-year period that would be capped at $140,000. They would need to complete their project by March 31st of next year and then remain in Louisville for a period of 7 years in order to not repay any of those rebates received. The financial impact, rebates of building permit fees and construction use tax are estimated to be about $953 and would be offset by revenues of a little over $2,000 to the city. And then again, the estimates provided by the applicant, the business would be paying about $270,000 in sales tax over a 5-year period. And we estimate that about $135,000 of this would be rebated. So a total fiscal impact of just under $136,000. The recommended action tonight is to approve a business assistance package for Lulu's Low Country Kitchen, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Megan, and Megan Pierce, I meant to say. And did the applicant want to make any comments this evening? It's not required, but if they would like to, they're welcome.
This applicant is not planning to attend tonight.
Thank you very much. And so that takes us to our public comment period on this agenda item. If any members of the public would care to comment, please raise your hand at this time. Seeing none, that takes us back over for council questions, comments, and potential resolutions. Motions, I should say. Councilmember Lay?
Yes, Mayor, I was going to move passage of resolution number 56, series 2021. Resolution approving a business assistance agreement with Lulu's Low Country Kitchen LLC for an economic development project in the city of Louisville.
There a second, Councilmember Dickinson?
Yeah, I'll second.
Did you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm really excited about, this is a very, obviously, visual location for us. And if this is the same Jatin Patel that I know from Boulder, great restaurant owner and a local restaurant owner, and very, very fun to have something cool and local take that space and such a prominent space. So I'm in full support. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, I'll ask the city clerk for a roll call vote on the motion.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipton,
Yes.
Councilmember Lay,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney,
Yes.
Councilmember Stolzman,
Yes.
Councilmember Dickinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. And that takes us to our next order of business this evening, which is ordinance number 1811, series 2021, an ordinance approving the First Amendment to ConocoPhillips Campus General Development Plan, Red Tail Ridge Master Plan. This is our second reading and public hearing. It was advertised in the Daily Camera on 7/18/2021 and continued from 7/27/2021. I'll reopen the public hearing and I'll turn it over to Director Zaccaro to let us know where we are from last time, and then just to lay out sort of the plan for this evening. Like I said, it's 6:13. I've had requests from council members to have breaks for rehydration and everything every 2 hours or so. So if we're between sections around 8, that's when I'll be looking, just so people can plan ahead and kind of know that that's coming. And then we'll get as far as we can tonight, but around 10, we'll look at wrapping up. And if we can't get through everything, we'll continue on to a future meeting. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Zaccaro to let us know if there's any information from last time. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Stolzman, members of the City Council. So staff did provide a supplemental memo based on a series of questions and requests for additional information at the last meeting. So that's in the packet. I'm happy to review any of it, but I wasn't planning a presentation. But again, happy to review any of that information. I wanted to add one bit of detail, though, to the first bullet in the memo where there was a question about trips that would require, daily trips within a traffic count that might require 4 lanes versus 2 lanes. I didn't add that to the staff supplemental memo, but if you actually look at the traffic study provided by the applicant, there is a pretty detailed discussion about when you would need a 4-lane capacity, and the standard is 16 to 18,000 vehicle trips per day. For a standard road, that could go higher depending on intersection capacity and the number of access points to a particular road. It could go above 20,000. I think there was a question about some of the 4-lane roads within the development. So I just wanted to add that little bit of information that I didn't put in the packet. I think, there could be other considerations for needing 4 lanes within small segments of road. So I would defer to the applicant on further explaining, why there's the 4-lane road sections proposed within the development. So I just wanted to add that detail, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or review the memo if you'd like.
Thank you, Director Zaccaro. Any questions from council members on the supplemental information? All right, so we will turn it over to the applicant at this point for a presentation from them this evening. Thank you, Director Zaccaro.
Great, thank you. Okay, I think we're all ready, and everyone can see the presentation on your screen.
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, thank you, Mayor Stolzman and council members for having us here this evening. I'm Jeff Bockel with Boo Bockel Capital Partners, here with Jay Hardy and Jordan Swisher from our team, and it's good to see you all, and we're very happy to be back in front of you. We've completely reimagined, completely redesigned the site, and we're excited to show you those changes in what we're calling Red Tail Ridge 2.0. So we've worked closely with your staff, with your advisory boards, to come to you with a plan that's sustainable, that's a benefit to the community, that adds to Louisville's economic vitality, and that is in line with your comprehensive plan. You can go to the next slide, please. So tonight we want to walk you through our fresh start on the plan, identify our habitat and sustainability process and our commitments. We're going to describe the plan and its placemaking traits, identifying community amenities, and also addressing some key topics. And then really try to show you what it will be like to experience this site in the future. So I know there's a lot to go through, so our goal is to be efficient with this presentation. But of course, myself, Jordan, Jay, and our entire consultant, our entire team is available to answer any questions you might have this evening. You can go to the next slide. So with the re-envisioned plan, we are first and foremost seeking to conform to current policy. So this was a huge part of the feedback we received. And this chart shows you that everything we're proposing tonight in this new 2.0 plan matches with Louisville's comprehensive plan and matches the policy, matches the guidelines for this site. So one, it's all commercial with no residential per the comprehensive plan. The density is under the 0.25 FAR, so it aligns with the rural designation currently set out in the comprehensive plan, and the height aligns with the comprehensive plan. You can go to the next slide, please. So a starting point for this new plan was to evaluate the inherent assets of the land, what we could preserve and highlight, and that could be enjoyed on the site. So this includes existing ponds, trees, the large shallow valley in the northwest portion of the site, and of course the fantastic views of the Flatirons and the Rocky Mountains. But we worked our plan around these natural assets, and we've substantially bolstered our habitat preservation. And importantly, we've partnered with High Plains Environmental Center, and Kristen Oles, who authored our habitat protection plan, will walk you through some more details about our plan. So Kristen.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kristen Oles. I'm the Restoration Ecology Project Manager with the High Plains Environmental Center. And we are a nonprofit based out of Loveland, and we have a 20-year history of working with developers to protect and improve habitat as a part of their development plans. And we have the goal there of balancing development goals and recreation goals with ecosystem health. The proposed Red Tail Ridge site does have some existing habitat, and it has the potential to become high quality habitat with a little bit of work. And we outline what that work would look like in the habitat management plan that we've already developed for the site. and that provides recommendations for all the ways to improve the open spaces across the entire site. And then during the development process, we will also be providing feedback on habitat-friendly building design, landscape design, and detention pond design. And the detention ponds are a really great opportunity to actually add new additional high-quality habitat to the site, in addition to the areas that exist there that we're going to be improving. Next slide, please. So these photos are just to show some of the work we've done at our environmental center in Loveland. This site was preserved. It's 276 acres that was preserved as a part of the Centerra development here. And that was because it was separated out for its high potential for quality habitat. But like the proposed Red Tail Ridge site, we had a lot of work to do to improve this site. That included some noxious weeds we needed to control, some restoration work like reseeding to do. There was even an abandoned dump site at our location that we had to clean up. But you can see the result of our work on the bottom left. That's our improved site. Some of our highest quality habitat is wetland habitat. And because of all of the work we did and the way that we increased the quality of our site, we found a rare flower called the tulip gentian that arrived in our wetlands. That's that beautiful purple flower on the bottom right, and that's actually blooming at our site right now. And that's kind of representative of our goals for these types of projects, is to give the ecosystem a helping hand so that it can become more resilient and self-sustaining without our involvement. And then it will also be attracting unique plants and wildlife all on its own. And so that's what we plan to do through our partnership on this project as well. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Jay Hardy with Brew Bockel. I wanted to spend a little bit of time and really talk about the sustainability, in addition to the things that Kristen outlined. You know, the habitat and sustainability, we think really, you know, they move hand in hand. The one thing we heard from the community from the beginning all the way through the end is really how important the sustainability practices are. So what we did is we went through a very, very thorough process. And the first step was really to review the sustainability action plan that the city had. We spent a lot of time meeting with different consultants, designers, developers for best practices, lead certification experts. And as we went through that, I'll outline here in a minute some of the commitments. Earlier in the Planning Commission process were identified as goals, but you'll see the commitments that we've identified. And then secondly, really wanting to formalize these as legal assurances of the commitments that are upheld. And how we really do that is mechanically through contracts and legal agreements that these actually run with the land, regardless of who is the landowner, who the project developer is. The land is really the king here and takes the precedent here. You know, and finally, we really vetted this through the city staff and sustainability coordinator and Katie Baum. I think at least two different times, maybe three, we evaluated the things that her comments and really tried to incorporate those in everything we did in the sustainability practices. Next slide. So as we start to look through this, I think first and foremost, I know I'm really proud. This is the largest commitment in my career of the number of things that we've done in multiple categories. So you'll see 30 different commitments. Some of them were goals initially, and we've moved those into commitments. So the impact of these commitments, and most importantly, the accountability of these is, as I mentioned, runs with the land. So, you know, there are very different elements here, and I won't go through each of these. We'd be here quite a while, but they really align with the city's plan. You'll see commitments in all different areas. And as one of the Planning Commission members mentioned, that this would be the greenest project within Louisville. The plan and the breadth of the plan are not only thorough, but they're complete, as you can see. And finally, the language of these commitments within the documents that you know will support this really allow for future development and best practices related to technology as things move. But we know that sustainability 10 years ago compared to what it is today is very different. And so we wanted to make sure that our commitment is to move with technology and be on the forefront and be a leader in this industry. Next slide. And finally, at least in my presentation here, the Sustainability Action Plan, this is your document. This is the document that was created by the City Council, more importantly by the community. And what we did at the very beginning, as I mentioned, we started with this, and then I would just encourage it and even challenge you to put our plan side by side with the plan that the city and more importantly the community created. And we think that this executes on a level that has not been seen in Louisville. So I'm going to hand this off to Josh Radoff. Just by background, as we move through the presentation, Josh is a principal with the Arroyo Climate Advisors, a lead fellow, a renewable and sustainability energy specialist in the Masters of the Environment program at CU Boulder, as well as a former head of the WSP's Built Ecology practice and the co-founder and principal of Sustainability Consulting Group. That's a lot, but with that, I'll hand it over to Josh to talk a little bit more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Josh Radoff, and I've been working with the development team on this sustainability plan. First, I'd just like to say that I appreciate how much interest I've seen from the city and the public regarding sustainability aspects of this project. And, I think the plan that you see, which again has gotten a lot of great feedback from everyone, Jay mentioned city staff, from planning board, and the community and all the public comments and feedback, I think is a reflection of how fast things are changing regarding the region's approach to climate change. And as well as the evolution of the various solutions that are available to mitigate the problem. So the commitments around sustainability for this project, I think, are very progressive. I think they're commensurate with the urgency of the problem that we're trying to solve, and also importantly aligned with nationwide industry best practices for decarbonization in this area. So I'll be echoing some of the material that Jay spoke to, but to start, on this slide, one of the things that we're most excited about is simply taking a previously developed piece of land that's sitting on a major transit corridor and bringing it back into productive use. And doing so in a way that identifies and restores the natural systems and helps transition the region to a zero carbon economy. Next slide, please. So the first slide that I'll speak to is with regard to energy and carbon. And I think these components are some of the strongest aspects of the overall plan. Taken together, these are part of a holistic approach towards moving towards a zero carbon development. So the highlights here that I'll call out are first, a very strong energy efficiency standard. We're committed to building to IECC 2021, which is the sort of next code cycle out there. Which is, I just doing some research on how that compares to the LEED version 4 baseline is about 20% more efficient than that. So this is what requires all the aspects of building envelope efficiency, insulation, window performance, lighting efficiencies, HVAC efficiencies, and all the related controls. So there's a lot tucked within that. And again, looking about how these buildings, when they're built to this code, will compare to the region average, I think they'll be about 2 times more efficient than an average building in the Front Range, average commercial building. The second piece is that we're committing to at least 2 megawatts of on-site solar. And, if you're not used to talking in terms of megawatts for building scale, that's a lot of solar that's going to be on this site. That's the size of a large solar garden in Colorado, and the equivalent of offsetting 100% of the electricity for about 200 to 400 homes, depending on the size of the homes. So significant amount of solar. In addition, all the buildings will be solar ready so that it can be an opportunity for continued expansion, renewable energy expansion over time. And then maybe the most significant element here is that all office buildings will be all electric, have all electric HVAC systems. That sort of like, when is it time to convert to all electric HVAC systems is a question that I think a lot of regions are dealing with. And so we're going ahead and committing to that for the office portion of this. We'll also be supporting the transition to electric vehicles and mitigation of transportation related emissions. And we'll discuss that in a little bit. Next slide, please. So to ensure that we take a broad approach to sustainability, in other words, not just energy and carbon, we'll be using LEED to establish a baseline for site-wide sustainability. So all buildings will be required to achieve LEED certification, with silver as the minimum for office and certified for industrial buildings. Since the project isn't a downtown site, these are essentially equivalent to a step up for each. In other words, a silver certification would be equivalent to like a gold certification downtown, and a certified would be equivalent to a silver downtown. And that's just because we don't have the benefit of having surrounding density or the distance to transit stops. The transit stops are there; they're just outside of what LEED counts for points. Anyway, so LEED forces you to take this holistic approach and address as many of the 5 LEED categories as possible. And this is where the project, if you don't see it elsewhere, addresses aspects like water efficiency or low emitting materials. But we're also, as part of our plan, committing to earning at least a point in the areas that you see there on the screen. In addition, which is a little outside of the LEED scope, we intend to support sustainable operations for the project. So a lot of what we're talking about is the design and planning phases, but we can also sort of support the eventual tenants and businesses when they move in, or especially around things like moving towards providing composting and recycling services, which don't exist for a lot of commercial entities in the region yet. Next slide, please. With regard to site development, this is another big focus in terms of the preservation of habitat areas, including riparian areas and establishment of open space and parks. The site design itself will use native vegetation and natural systems, or green infrastructure for stormwater management, and will be, essentially designed to connect people with the various natural elements as part of what we'd call like a larger biophilic design plan. Biophilia meaning just connecting, opportunities to connect people with nature. The images and renderings that you'll see shortly illustrate, I think, do a much better job of illustrating what we think the experience can be for people and for a site like this, where visitors are very much connected to nature and different kinds of trails, and where habitat can be deliberately planned and enhanced relative to the current condition and relative to other typical developments. And then lastly, I'd say the last key component that I'll speak to anyway, next slide, please, I'm sorry, is with regard to transportation and mobility. And there are several important aspects here. First, again, just to remind everyone, the site is very much accessible by non-auto modes of transportation, namely by biking along a number of trails. And then, of course, the RTD's FF1 stop is not far, and other routes. Second, we're proposing to meet but not exceed the city's minimum parking requirement. And in addition, creating an internal street network that is safe, walkable, vegetated, all part of the complete streets plan that we'll describe in a bit. And then because transitioning to 100% electric mobility is a really key piece of the overall climate picture, and also creates a lot of other community benefits like regional air quality, we'll be supporting the EV transition by making sure all the parking areas are EV ready and providing level 2 EV chargers throughout. We'll also, this landscape around EV charging is pretty dynamic. So we'll also be keeping an eye out for what's happening at the state level, and we'll do our best to integrate with the state's electric vehicle infrastructure programs as they're rolled out. And so, lastly, there's a whole transportation demand management plan in itself that I think will get spoken to in a bit, that also speaks to other ways to sort of bring down vehicle miles traveled. So, taken together, I'd say the approach of using LEED as a foundation, having strong energy efficiency requirements, electrification, on-site renewables, EV charging, restoration of natural areas and habitat, location near transit and bike areas, and some of the operational elements that we talked about, I think all really create a broad and robust sustainability program for the master plan. And be happy to answer questions later on if they come up, but I'll turn it back, I think, to Jeff.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, I appreciate that. So the other thing we've been working hard on is placemaking for the site, making Red Tail Ridge an exciting, magnetic place for employees, for the community. And in that process, we've engaged a group called Design Workshop, and they're an expert land planning, architecture, and design firm. And this is in addition to Tribe Architects, who we've been working with throughout the entire process. But Design Workshop has specific expertise in placemaking and master plan parcels. So we want to spend just a couple of minutes of walking you through a vision of the site and what it will feel like for community members and users to engage with the site. But before I go to the next slide, the words on this screen were chosen very thoughtfully, and they describe what Red Tail Ridge will be: an innovation hub that fosters collaboration, provides new public amenities, embraces sustainability, and honors the natural beauty of the site. And that's really a good vision statement for Red Tail Ridge. And next slide, please. So we have a couple of renderings to show you, and really just to give you, again, a sense of what this might look like or might feel like. And so to orient you on this rendering, it's taken from the northeast corner of the site, looking west along Campus Drive. You can see Monarch School Campus on the sort of middle right side of the rendering there. And I just note the pond on your left, the soft trails you can see going through the open space, connecting people with nature, and also on Campus Drive, the complete streets, so allowing safe multimodal transportation. You can go to the next slide, please. So another rendering here, again, to orient you, this is on from Tate Drive and Northwest Parkway, looking west. So one of the primary entries to the site. And again, just note that kind of putting nature in the forefront, the connection of the natural assets with the plan, and again, just a visual of what this may feel like moving forward in the future. Go to the next slide, please. So we are envisioning the site with some very distinct yet collaborative character areas. So the drawing you see here on the screen is an example of how these character areas might inherently break down the site. So this provides a place and really a district for a variety of different users, all within Red Tail Ridge. So to look at this, for example, the ridge on your left-hand side and the Goodhue districts, we're envisioning as sort of campus environments for larger single-use offices. On the top side of this image, you have the startup launch pad, and really that's taking advantage of the innovation that will live in the site. And then you've got other districts, the Meadows there on the east side, and then the Rock Creek district. And there's a personality and a sense of place for each of these districts, all connected under the same umbrella within Red Tail Ridge. Go to the next slide, please. So intermixed with these character areas I just walked through are interesting nodes and places within the site for community members to explore, to utilize, and really discover in some ways. And the center of this will be what Design Workshop calls the social heart of the site. So you can actually see in the drawn image on your lower right-hand side, where there's sort of this center of the site. And so this will be a center for programming at Red Tail Ridge, creating community get-togethers, really a central social heart of this place, and a connection between community members we envision taking place here, and also a connection to nature will occur all together in this social heart of the project. You can go to the next slide. So further fostering innovation and collaboration is this combination at Red Tail Ridge 2.0 of office and industry. And so this is a tremendous value proposition for innovation and innovative companies, from life sciences to aerospace, to technology. This trait and this ability to connect, I think, will separate this site from other commercial parks in the area. And this trait also creates a diverse range of employment for Louisville. So it's really, that connection is really, really an important one. We could also easily envision a beneficial connection to the Monarch School campus, where students are able to interact with and learn from the innovation occurring on the site adjacent to them. You can go to the next slide, please. So this is the conceptual plan, a balance of office and industry uses on the site that really work together with the site's natural assets. As mentioned, the density has been reduced, and it's been reduced by almost half from our previous GDP amendment proposal that we had in front of you. And it's below the 0.25 row FAR designation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jordan Swisher on our team.
Hello, I'm Jordan Swisher with BlueBuckle Capital Partners, and I've been working on this GDP since its nascent stages. And I will tell you, one of the things or aspects I value most about the plan before you this evening was our ability to lower the density of the program and still provide great community amenities. The GDP includes extensive quality land dedications and protected areas. So as you look here, in the dark green, we have open space land that would be dedicated to the city of Louisville. And given its western views and undeveloped nature, as well as a demarcation of a narrow channel along here, the Open Space Advisory Board really identified this land as the highest quality and most valuable on the site. And it's also contiguous to the Scribney open space that's here to the west, offering this nice continuity and flow of on-site and off-site open space. In the light green here in the northwest corner, we have what would be the parkland dedication. And this parallels the size of the community park just south of downtown. And the Parks and Public Landscaping Advisory Board really appreciated this site due to its proximity to the rest of the community, as well as the schools, the adjacent schools, and really its overall scale and the promise or potential for sports programming. There are other undeveloped areas in the GDP that are identified. So in this hatched green, we have what we call potential common open space. These areas were deliberately identified to be adjacent to the open space dedications, really to serve as a meaningful complement and really de facto extension of the open space lands. And as we move to the southeast corner in the orange hatching here, this is a large parcel that is located in the city and county of Broomfield. And it is home to the Rock Creek wetlands, and it really offers a beautiful buffer and separator between the municipalities. It offsets the project, and it will be protected by a conservation easement. So as we shift and look at the numbers and size of these lands, if you could turn your attention to the right-hand column, the open space land is 39.4 acres. The parkland would be 15.6 acres. The trail corridor would be 3.6 acres, and the public safety dedication would be 0.7 acres, which totals 59.3 acres of land to be dedicated to the city of Louisville, which is well in excess of the 37 acres that are required. Beyond the land dedications, preservation for the property continues with public purpose easements of 4.4 acres, potential common open space of 25.8 acres, 40 acres for the land for the conservation easement, and then there's an additional 4 acres of undeveloped easement areas. Now, the potential common open space is subject to future approvals, and if approved, the comprehensive total of these lands would be 133.5 acres, which equates to 31% of the Louisville and Broomfield parcel land combined. trails are incredibly important to this community, and we wanted to be sure that we were integrating with the existing network that is along the periphery of the site. So this really meant tapping into the US 36 bikeway here, as well as the existing Northwest Parkway underpass to continue the Rock Creek Regional Trail, as well as adding north, south, and east-west thoroughfares on the site to serve as new linkages and trail extensions for the existing network. And all in all, this will add 6.2 miles of new trails and bicycle lanes to the existing network. As we turn and look inwards to the site, there's lots of opportunities for smaller Johnson excursions. I, for instance, can very easily see myself taking my daughter to soccer, and while she practices, I walk our dog along the multi-use path under Campus Drive, through the open space, around the pond on the east side, and back. Now, I just mentioned walking underneath of Campus Drive. So Campus Drive, as designed, has two pedestrian underpasses that really allow for trail connectivity and pedestrian safety. And this roadway is an important public improvement that will be built in the first phase of the development. And connecting 88th Street to 96th Street versus where it dead ends at Monarch High School today is essential. And we worked with BVSD to jointly design this road. And Campus Drive is a complete street, meaning we are separating cars from bikes, bikes from pedestrians, and all with landscaped protections. In the instance of Campus Drive, as you saw in the rendering, we have 8-foot and 10-foot wide multi-use paths. We have striped and buffered bike lanes. We also have narrower drive lanes and the roundabouts for helping with traffic calming and to keep speeds at a safe pace. Excuse me. And these roadway connections don't just benefit the schools, which we'd have emergency responders with much better access to the schools, but we'd also be benefiting Avista Hospital, which is Louisville's #1 or primary employer. Lastly, I'll speak to the fiscal benefit. So this table here shows the different property tax entities and what they receive from the property today versus what they would potentially receive from the project at full build out. Now, we do expect build out to take 10 to 15 years, but at that time it would be $26.8 million each year. And as we look here, our school district stands to gain greatly, as well as Boulder County, as well as the Louisville Fire District and the City of Louisville. And the incremental or additional City of Louisville property tax amount represents a 27% increase to the 2020 property tax budget. And now I'm going to ask Jay to chime back in and talk about some other aspects that pop up with our new program.
Great, thanks, Jordan. So let's talk a little bit about parking. I think that each of us has experienced both good parking situations as well as not so good parking. And as you can see, really what we're trying to do in this diagram is just to show how different parking could be, and it's not always created the same. I think the most important thing, as Josh had mentioned, that the parking within this plan will reflect the minimum standards for parking. And then, as you can see, the different types of projects, there will be the opportunity to do structured parking. We see landscaping within the parking. Josh also mentioned EV related to parking. And there is within the GDP, as it's proposed, it allows for incentives related to structured parking. And elaborating on that quickly, it just means that the built square footage of structured parking does not count toward that 3.1 million square feet that Jeff had identified earlier. Next slide. So when we look at peak traffic comparison, there's a decent amount going on this slide. So let me take some time to outline. So on the left-hand side, what we're looking at is how the project at full build out would basically load in the morning. And then on the right-hand side, it's the PM peak traffic. As identified at the top, the ConocoPhillips red line, that would have been at their full build out, what their anticipated traffic would have looked like. So focusing on the left-hand side, you can see that there's a 28% fewer morning peak trips as compared to ConocoPhillips had it been built. And even though there's about 20,000 trips per year, that is not estimated to happen until about 2035. But most importantly, when I think through traffic, certainly volume is important, but it's really timing of that volume. And due to the diversity of uses as compared to ConocoPhillips, the reason that you see this gap in the peak time is really that the traffic is distributed throughout the day and therefore less congested. Next slide. So talking about the traffic demand management plan, I think I'd like to highlight sort of at the top of my comments is that each of these projects that are brought to the City Council and Planning will be administered through a PUD, and they will be required to have a letter of compliance. So when we talk about these different programs I'll speak to, they have to be compliant, and there will be that's sort of the legal checklist, if you will. But as you can see, we've built a robust TDM that not only builds upon, but takes advantage of the current infrastructure, building additional elements I'll speak to in a minute, but also providing funding streams that are ongoing to ensure the execution of this over time. And then probably most importantly is the alignment within the city's traffic master plan. You can see, speaking quickly to them, the regional trail network that Jordan mentioned, the commitment to hire a transportation coordinator. We think it's really important that somebody wakes up every day worried about how we do a better job within our traffic management plan. Eco passes are a way that we can do it, as well as carpooling, bike access, incorporating and sponsoring bike and walk to work. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the Flatiron Flyer program, probably one of the more successful that we will be committing funding toward supporting that in partnership. Next slide. So let's talk about the overall infrastructure. This is labeled as roadway infrastructure. There's really a lot more to what we're planning to do. So I think most importantly here is to demonstrate that development is paying its own way in advancing the vision of the city as it's related to its transportation master plan. Much of the infrastructure that's identified that we've talked about will be built on day one. Some examples of that is really all of the trail network. We feel really important, really strongly that it's important to build all of that in phase one. And as we saw last week, as you deliberated about the potential tax and expenditures of the 2 pedestrian underpasses, we'll be building 2 of those, and the City Council is certainly well aware of how expensive that is and how important they are to the safety. Campus Drive, which is really the east-west connection that's been missing for decades, connecting 88 to the Northwest Parkway and 96, that will be built in the first phase. The main or the front door that Jeff shared the rendering of at currently Tape Drive, it'll be renamed to Rockcrest. That will all be built in the first phase, and then a lift station just to execute and to perform on all of the different pieces that are required in the program. So as you can see, there's a lot of infrastructure that will be built, and it's all in alignment with the traffic master plan. Next slide. One of the real benefits of this program and the current location is on our east side, we have the Northwest Parkway, and the project team has spent the better part, at least I know I've been the lead for over a year in both meeting and discussing the necessary improvements in an ongoing way with not only the Parkway, but then also as it relates to the other agencies, whether it be CDOT or City and County of Broomfield. So within our discussions, we have a commitment, and included in your packet was a letter confirming and agreeing that the Northwest Parkway has agreed to what the short-term needs are and what those requirements will be built in phase one. The longer-term needs will be worked out as the development progresses and will be discussed further along as we get to the platting process as we move along in the development of the program. Next slide. Jordan did a good job of outlining some of the additional open space, what the current commitment and the opportunities are. So let me take you through what there's, again, a couple of different diagrams here, but let me ask you to focus and just recognize that in both slides here, we're looking at the same built square footage. So both are showing 720,000 square feet of built environment. The one on the left is basically 3-story product that is surface parked. And you can see it adjacent to the open space that Jordan outlined. The one on the right shows it more dense. So the one on the left, you can see 6 buildings. The one on the right, you see reduces down to 4 buildings. And what the value to the meaningful part of that is that it really adds from regular private space to what is called the common open space. And so the hashed areas there, if through the PUD process, City Council decides that going above 3 stories is validated, then that additional land would be committed to the open space. So again, left side is 3-story, right side is 5-story, and you can see what the meaningful value that it brings to the community in terms of additional open space. So I'm going to take this time now to turn it over to Jeff, and he's going to talk about who we see on the site and how they'll execute and interact with the site. Jeff?
Yeah, thank you, Jay. So, and we're almost through this presentation, but before we finish, we just wanted to walk you through exactly that. How will the site be experienced? And so here's 3 examples, from the employee's perspective, the empty nesters perspective, and then the active family and how they might engage with this site. So next slide, please. We'll start with Andre. So Andre is the employee. He's a bioscience researcher on the site. He has a busy schedule, working very, very hard, but he's also a family man with 2 young children. Andre spends most of his time behind a workstation in his office, but several times a day, he walks outside and goes to his company's adjacent lab building. So Andre uses that time to, 1, get in his steps, and then oftentimes he'll grab an outdoor coffee with colleagues and really enjoy the outdoors of the site as well. So Andre is an avid biker, and he loves Red Tail Ridge for its trails. At least once a week, sometimes more, he'll sneak in a bike ride in the evening before heading home to be with his family. You can go to the next slide, please. So the empty nesters. So this is John and Mary, recently retired, longtime Louisville residents, very focused on their family, which includes 3 children and 4 grandchildren, a number that they hope continues to grow. John and Mary stay very active. They ride their newly purchased e-bikes around the site, as well as enjoying the Softscape trails where they can bird watch in the open space, a newfound hobby of theirs in retirement. They also attend their granddaughter's lacrosse games and their sons' or grandsons' soccer games in the park, in the fields at Red Tail Ridge. The next slide, we'll go to the Wilsons. This is the active family. The Wilsons are a family of 4. They love the Colorado lifestyle. They're very, very active. Weekends and weeknights when they can are spent outside, riding bikes, running around with the dog, playing soccer, riding scooters. They especially love attending community movie night in the Social Heart. Rhonda and Jeremiah, the parents of the Wilsons, are thankful for the efficient school pickup and the complete streets, which allow their kids to transport around safely, plus the convenience of the sports fields being adjacent to the school, which allows them to coordinate dual school and pickup practices, which happen often, and it makes that process something they can achieve more easily. So as you can see, Red Tail Ridge is a place for lots of different types of people. The entire community can really enjoy Red Tail Ridge. And so in closing, I hope we demonstrated to you tonight that first and foremost, we listened. And we then worked very hard to respond to the feedback we received And we really pushed our team to develop a plan that went above and beyond the city requirements. A plan that's very high quality, that's sustainable, and that aligns with the comp plan and the goals of the city. And we're excited to be your partners in this endeavor, and we respectfully request your support tonight with Red Tail Ridge 2.0. And thank you. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mayor Stolzmann.
Thank you for the presentation. And so that takes us to public comment. We have 2 public comment periods on this as it's an ordinance tonight. So this is our first public comment period. And there are 64 folks in attendance right now. So just go ahead and please raise your hand if you'd like to comment, and we'll just go in the order that they are raised. And you'll have 3 minutes to tell us what you would like to tell us. Please remember at the beginning of your comments to tell us your name and your address. And we'll have a timer on the screen to help you keep to the comments. But if we get to the end of 3 minutes, I'll have to ask you to wrap up. So please watch that timer. And with that, our first comment this evening is from Chris B. Chris, we cannot hear you yet. You look like you're unmuted. Chris, we will come back to you once you have your microphone issues resolved. Sometimes an older version of Zoom does that. Sometimes there's just microphone setting issues. So we'll come back and just go ahead and raise your hand again once you think the microphone issues are resolved. Next up, we have Scott Sternberg.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, so my name is Scott Sternberg. I reside at 545 Coventry Lane here in Louisville. I want to say, first of all, to Mayor and Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. And since this is the first time that I've had an opportunity to talk to you since the pandemic, I also want to say thank you for all of your tireless and pivoted work that you've done throughout the last 18 months to support our community. So thank you so much for that. I'd like to just say at the onset that I've had the luxury of living, working, and playing in Louisville for the better part of a decade. And I'd like to share with you 3 perspectives that I think I would love to bring to this project in favor of supporting the Red Tail proposal. First, I'd like to bring a parent's perspective. I have 2 children, and I raised them through the Monarch K-8 and on through the high school program. And I have to say that I am a survivor. That is to say, all of the countless trips that I made up and down to that campus in the morning, where I see people with a cup of coffee in one hand and a cell phone in the other, late for their first meeting, navigating teenage drivers, has been just a harrowing experience at times. I really enjoy and love the complete transportation plan that services the school district there. It is, as it was said earlier, way overdue, and I think a very thoughtful design to avoid any kind of what would be beyond tragic incident happening there on that campus. So thank you so much for the thoughtful consideration of the transportation corridor that supports the safety of our children and the parents as they navigate that difficult passage. The second perspective I'd like to bring as a former business leader and site manager for a facility at CTC. It is critically important, as we see as business leaders, to have a proper balance amongst the businesses and the commercial real estate properties that we have to create the resilience in the economy that Louisville experiences. I'm familiar with what happened with the Sam's Club, and as we lost that retail sales tax, we lost our fireworks as a very clear example of how we need to hedge all of the different types of businesses that support our economy and not be dependent on one particular organization. And I feel that this proposal brings that diversity and the currency of the facilities that are needed for a wide range of businesses to our community. Lastly, I just want to share a perspective. I am an inhabitant of the planet Earth. It's fair to say that by not doing this project, we're not going to save the planet. That's not kind of the scale of what we're talking about. But I think what you saw clearly in the presentation is a lot of micro elements that lead up into a large effort to adapt our regional, residential, and business community to the way of the future towards a sustainable and enjoyable and resilient economy and environment. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. And I encourage you to take this thoughtful proposal and pass it forward so that we can demonstrate to the Louisville has a vibrant and resilient and responsible effort behind its community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And just if folks could watch the time, I do hate cutting people off, but I am going to have to enforce the 3 minutes. So if folks could please watch the timer. Next up, we have Allison Torvik.
Hi, yeah. Excuse me, my name's Allison Torvik. I want to thank you for the opportunity to voice my support for the Red Tail Ridge 2.0 General Development Plan. The site has been dormant and closed off and a sore thumb to the public for more than a decade. I think it's important to remember that the site was developed and was always going to be redeveloped. And I think that the development team has really listened to the community and focused, 40 acres of open space and another 40 acres of conservation easement. I know this is more than is required, but the open space at Red Tail Ridge will establish the continuous natural habitat corridor and preserve the western views of the Flatirons, especially if we work on the density and the parking issue. I'm an avid bicyclist. I'm particularly interested in the protected and buffered bike lanes. I think that the way to get more people on bikes is to make it easier to bike and so safer to bike. And I think that this will be a great way to get people in Louisville away from the cars and onto more bike paths. With that, I urge you to support the GDP. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have John.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is John Hollingsworth. I live at 518 West South of Boulder Road in Louisville. Mayor and council member, I support the Retail Ridge GDP. I too think the developer has gone above and beyond what is required. I want to mention one specific reason for my support, and that's the improvement of Campus Drive to create safer pedestrian connections and driving conditions for parents and other drivers. As a high school teacher, I can speak firsthand that high school kids don't always make the best decisions, and they are usually distracted. Taking out these left-hand turns and using roundabouts will really make a difference. The plan will also improve pedestrian walkways, create easier emergency routes to monarch schools for first responders, and significantly reduce the traffic backlog and number of vehicles on Dillon between 88th and 96th Streets. None of this would happen without Red Tail Ridge, so I urge you to please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tess Welton.
Hi, so I'm Tess Weltzine, and I'm a student at Fairview High School. 2869 Shoshone Trail is where I live. And I think that after learning about this development, I respectfully ask you to oppose the plan. We as a town and community can't keep building like climate change doesn't exist. And this development will harm our water, air, and overall health. We need to be accountable for all future generations. And I think the impact that we make today can create a safer and healthier future for others. And yes, this may not save the entire planet Earth, but it will improve our air quality if we don't create a development that will harm the water, air, and wildlife. As a young person who wants a healthy place to grow up and live in, I'm asking you to make the right decision to preserve our environment and continue to be a leader for future generations. We can be leaders for Louisville, and there's no reason not to put the environment first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Christopher Wheeler. You might be muted on your end, Christopher.
There we go. Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Chris Wheeler. I live at 525 Lafarge. Council members, thank you very much for your service to our community. Perhaps the most important reason Louisville is the most desirable place to live along the Front Range is because of our acres of open space that encircle our city. The open spaces act as a shield against the noise, congestion, and pollution of the Denver metro area. It provides habitat for plants and animals. It provides solitude for Louisville residents, something we need now more than ever. Open space is arguably the very identity of our town. For that, we are indebted to the visionary civic leaders who fought hard to preserve these lands. I hope you can look beyond the lure of tax revenue and beyond the rosy promises of the applicant and do everything within your power to have BlueBockle dedicate more acreage of open space on the Red Tail Ridge property. I've lived in the Denver metro area since 1987, and during that time, I've seen our open spaces vanish in a haze of asphalt, concrete, and glass. As citizens, we've all helplessly watched as our open spaces and the quality of life that they bring to its citizens disappear quickly. As members of City Council, you have the power that most of us do not. You can make a bold statement to the people of Louisville and to the citizens of Colorado that open space does indeed matter. It matters for our environment. It matters for the plants and animals that are an important part of our community. It matters for the mental and spiritual health of the people of Louisville. And most importantly, it matters to the future generations of our community. In the end, I hope you consider what will be best for our community, not today or tomorrow, but in 50 years. Is adding more office and industrial buildings really the best long-term thing for Louisville, or is preserving more of our open lands? With your vote on Red Tail Ridge, my hope is that you continue the legacy of city leaders who have fought to preserve the open spaces that are the heart of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephanie Rowe.
Ms. Rowe wants to share her screen, so if you'll give us a moment, I'm gonna allow her to do that.
Thank you. And City Clerk, since I won't be able to see the 3-minute timer, will you please just inform us when we've reached 3 minutes?
Yep, I'll run it in the background. So Ms. Rowe, you should be able to share your screen now.
I can't see the screen just yet, and I can't hear you just.
No,
Okay.
you'll need to unmute on your end, Stephanie, but you should be able to share your screen now.
Let's see, I see her.
Okay, how's that?
We can hear you now.
Can you see the screen?
No, I cannot.
Oh, well, we're trying to figure that out.
Do you
So
see
when you
the
hit share screen? The one you're looking for should have a green box around it. You click on that, and then
Okay.
you know you're sharing the right screen.
I got my tech support / husband here trying to figure this out. So sorry to slow things down. You know what? I don't seem to have a share screen option. That's kind of weird.
At the bottom of the panel.
There we go. Got, okay, things are happening. Okay. Okay, how's that?
We can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about the delay. All right. So I just was saying that I wanted to show these pictures tonight to address what I see as a real deficiency in this process. All of these pictures were taken from the perimeter of the Phillips 66 site. So City Council is forbidden from touring the site by a rule that is meant to ensure equal access to information. And it's a really reasonable rule, and I get it. But unfortunately, that rule also totally disenfranchises the vegetation and wildlife out there. And these are stakeholders whose fate, which is not financial, but is existential, hangs on your decision tonight. In the absence of site visits, Council only gets to know this particular place from maps and from the various schematic renderings that show this place in the future. Nothing is learned about the site as it is today. And the pro-development narrative is able to take advantage of this and suggest some kind of lifeless empty lot or dormant wasteland that can only be saved by having buildings, parking lots, and native grasses in the medians. In the absence of a site visit, how is the natural world supposed to make its case? Pictures taken from the perimeter hardly do it justice. This is not an empty lot. It's full of colors and movements and sounds and smells and, all of the moments of peace and terror and play and birth and death and sleep and care that make up sentient animal life. That's what the site is, not in the future, but now. And I think that that's important. These animals are residents of Louisville. They don't vote or pay taxes, but then again, neither do many of our human residents. They're here, and even if you can't see or hear them, and to be honest, even if you aren't particularly interested in them, they're your responsibility. So please don't proceed in these deliberations as if they aren't. Wildlife at Red Tail Ridge, if Red Tail Ridge is in fact to be, deserves space adequate to its needs. There's no reason this development cannot confine itself to half the site, half of the 389 acre site, which is still a larger footprint than what Storage Tech had, and let nature and wildlife have the other half. Carve it out as open space and put trails in it for the humans. We'd like that, and we won't bother the plants and animals too much. And just to end on a rather grisly note, but kind of, I think, cool and important, I just want to point out that the eagle here, which this, again, all these pictures were taken of that site. The eagle, of course, has a prairie dog in its talons. Again, grisly, but this is an ecosystem. And once you eradicate one species, there they all go. So that's it.
That's 3 minutes. Thank you. Our next commenter is Maxine Most.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to go over a number of points, which I'm sure you've all seen because I was reading over the packet and looking at all the comments from all over the community in opposition to this development. I think one of the most important ones in terms of understanding what we should be getting out of any kind of development is that when Centennial Valley was developed, we got a massive amount of land, we got an interchange on the freeway, and a whole list of other goodies that went to the community as compensation for the developers adding to the cost of running our community by adding this massive development, and that's what's going to happen at Red Tail Ridge. I was listening last week and listened to the presentation, and it was mentioned again what this was going to bring to the community. I guess there was someone from the staff talking about it, and tonight there was someone from the developer talking about it. And I would like to know where those numbers are coming from, because my understanding is that Centennial Valley and the Tech Center are still at nowhere near full capacity in terms of build out, and why we would need another major industrial park in a community where we have 2 right now that aren't built out is a question. And then how can you possibly project, 80% or 100% build out and the revenue that's going to bring to the community when we have long-standing industrial parks that are not running at capacity? We also have massive retail spaces that are now sitting vacant, with more, probably coming soon. So the idea that we need this in the community, I think, is just absurd given where we are today. I also really would like to know how much of the road work that's listed as needed as part of this development is going to be paid for by the developers, and how much the taxpayers are going to be on the hook for. And finally, one thing that really is a pet peeve of mine, someone said the only way we're going to get, none of this would happen if this development doesn't happen, and then none of this was the bike paths and the second access road to Monarch. Right now, Monarch has a single access. There's no secondary first responder access road. And quite honestly, that is the responsibility of Louisville and BVSD. It has absolutely nothing to do with this development. The fact that we have allowed that situation to persist for 20 years is unconscionable. And to say that the only way it's going to get fixed is if we allow this development to go through, I think is absurd. And I think we should all listen to that Fairview High School student who I think represents the voice of Louisville. The community is strongly opposed to this development. For the city council to approve it would be unconscionable because your job is to represent the interests of this community, not the developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Leonard Sampson. You might be muted on your end.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm here to express my opinion in favor of the Red Tail Ridge GDP that's before you tonight. The revised plan fully complies with the city's comprehensive plan and aligns with the density, building heights, and physical performance goals. I think the developer has done a commendable job listening to the feedback provided by the Planning Commission and rational community members. It's time to restore the site's commercial use that will grow the city's tax base. We missed out on Medtronic, and they have already broken ground in Lafayette. The Boulder Valley School District, Boulder County, and the city of Louisville will be major beneficiaries of the roughly $26 million in gross annual real property tax revenue from this project. A city that doesn't evolve dies. Let's not let that happen to Louisville. Please vote yes in favor of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Tyler Grunt.
There we go. Hi, my name is Tyler Grunsky. I live off Eisenhower Drive. I'm here this evening in support of this development. Like the developers commented, their focus on the sustainability, connectivity of all of this is really intriguing. As a young active family, I find this open space and park plan quite nice to hear. Of course, as well as the EV charging as a new Tesla owner as well. Native landscaping, all of this sounds beautiful. It's great. And it's going to be developed anyways. It was always the plan. And I think it's good for us to make sure that it's developed in a way that makes sense and coincides with Louisville's beliefs on this space, making it sustainable. Their dedication to the LEED Silver certification and this landscape development, I think is really key here. So I do ask that you support this development this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have a phone number ending in 8226.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you so much for your time. I hope I don't run over my 3 minutes, but my husband would like to give me his 3 minutes in case I go a little over. I would say this is a much more thoughtful plan than we saw last year. I appreciate the partnership with High Plains Environmental Center. I think they have wonderful ideas. And the FAR is much lower than last year's. It's about 50% less. At the same time, make no mistake, this cannot be emphasized enough. This proposal is asking for the maximum square footage allowed, and it is giving the minimum required open space. This proposal tonight does not represent a compromise to the position in any way. The square footage is the maximum allowed at 3.1 million square feet. ConocoPhillips, in contrast, was approved for 2.5 million square feet. Additionally, the dedicated public lands are the minimum required, and open space without recreational uses is only 39 acres. I would like to contest the assertion made tonight that dedicated public lands are currently at 30% of this total property. That figure includes encumbered easements, conservation easement, and 3-story buildings, which would be given waivers for private open space. And no one in the public has agreed to this. So this is very important. Further, tonight we heard that this property is supposed to be net zero. Now that's intriguing. I like the idea, and the sustainability plan is better, but I do not see how this site can ever attain the status of net zero if we have 20,000 additional car trips per day. Our area is out of compliance on ozone. almost every day this summer. It's been very hard to breathe. There is no getting around it. This is a lot of extra traffic. Sustainability is very important. Climate change is one of the greatest challenges to us, but the other great challenge is loss of biodiversity. That is equal or even greater than the challenge of climate change. It is often said that sustainability can be at odds with preservation of biodiversity, in fact. As a parent, when my kids were little, I like to think of the saying, quality time is more important than quantity time. I thought that sounded so good. I wish I could spend less time with my kids, but it would all be quality and it would make up for it. But you know what? It just wasn't the case. And I think there's a real parallel here at Red Tail Ridge. We can't just have quality open space. We need quantity. This is too little of a public land dedication. And for your information, I don't know if anybody's counting, but letters for open space to OSAB, Planning Commission, and City Council have been almost 400. And those who don't think there should be more open space is only 26. So the residents of Louisville want more open space. They don't want a packaged experience. They want nature. We don't need an experience. We don't need excitement. We need rest. We should not be looking to the minimum open space at this parcel. This is the crown jewel of the Front Range, as Brew Bacal has said. We should look to precedent. Centennial Valley, as Maxine stated, was a development of 1,400 acres. 38% of that was dedicated open space. That is who we are as Louisville residents. We need to look to that precedent, and we need to look to the future. We could see with the pandemic how open space was used and overused. We will need more open space in the future as the population increases. I am not against development. This is owned to the private property. It's owned by Brew Bacal. However, this site can be successfully developed at a lower FAR with more open space and no height additions. Storage Tech had a very successful development with 1/3 of the site. Is it too much to ask that Red Tail Ridge be allotted 2/3 of the site and open space have 1/3? This would be the forward-looking way to handle this property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I just want to make a comment on pooling time. So just so folks know that this might be the first meeting they're tuning into, our City Council rules of procedure allow people to pool time, and it's much easier to control in in-person meetings because the two people are there and people can pool time. So what we've been asking folks to do is if they plan on pooling time, to let the clerk know ahead of the meeting. But of course, many people would have no way of knowing that. So if other folks are planning on pooling their time, if you could just have the person you're pooling time with just raise their hand and say they're pooling your time, or speak on the telephone just so we're aware, because it is a little different in this electronic meeting than how we're able to control it in an in-person meeting. And we'll all continue to just do our best. So next up we have Suzanne Summers. Susan Summers, sorry about that.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Susan Summers, 1418 Galilee Lane. I have attended many, many meetings like this where developers and architects show us beautiful images, in this case of the areas they will be bulldozing. They tell us how they care for the environment and community. They named these developments after what used to be there: Red Tail Ridge, Fox Hill, the Preserve. At the end of the day, what you will be approving is just another oversized development that will forever destroy this beautiful landscape and wildlife habitat. I don't know if you're aware of this, but we have lost over 60% of the wildlife on this planet. And I would like to know what is sustainable about killing a wildlife species that is down to less than 99% of its original range, which would be the prairie dog. I feel like ERO has failed to address environmental impacts of this development, and I feel that there is inadequate space set aside for the wildlife that calls this area home. You need to send this development back to the drawing board with more of an eye for preserving this area and its wildlife for future generations. The approach that I've heard tonight from some people of that it was always going to be developed, so therefore it's not worth saving now, is abominable. I concur with the previous speaker. We can't keep developing like climate change does not exist. You need to start doing the right thing for the environment. It is your responsibility. your rational constituents are opposed to this development. Are you going to listen to them? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeremy Gregory.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. I've sent you all a letter a couple of weeks ago regarding this development. I am a fourth generation Colorado native, come from a long line of eco-conscious farmers, ecologists, educators. I myself run a nonprofit organization and a regenerative agriculture company. And I think we all know that this development is going to go through. We're not going to kid anybody here, but as Susan and Stephanie and others have done a great job at attesting, the way this development is set up right now is it's just socially irresponsible. I think anyone with a reasonable mind would agree to that. I do think that the developer is on the right track, but I think you, as City Council, who represents the people and the majority of the residents of Louisville have spoken out against this development as it stands right now. You should be the ones that represent them, not the developers. We do have many vacant buildings in the city of Louisville. And if we look at other areas around the country where they have used vacant buildings for the same kind of development plan that this is set up, that is thinking outside the box. That is forward thinking. I urge you, I implore you to give more open space. 40 acres is an insult. I say that as a fourth generation Colorado native. This is not right. I think more can be given. There have been compromises put on the table. Jay Hardy, in a meeting that I was on earlier, said that that compromise needs to happen. Compromise means both parties coming to the table. That would mean more open space being given so that wildlife can at least continue to live just a little bit. Let's just give them a little bit of life. Let's stop plowing things over with concrete and let's start thinking outside the box. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris B. Darn it, Chris. We still haven't figured out. I'm sorry, we still can't hear you. So it seems like there's still a microphone issue. There's a call-in number, and I'm sure Dave, if you're watching on cable channel 8, we can put it on the screen right now. So you can call the call-in number that shows if you have access to a telephone, and then you can dial *9 to have a hand raise on your behalf. I'm sorry that we're not able to hear you through this platform. So we'll go to the next person, and that's Tamar. And just while we're getting Tamar unmuted, Chris, also the phone numbers listed on the city website, louisvilleco.gov, under this meeting. So you can go to the meeting and find the number there as well and call that number if you have access to a telephone. Go ahead, Tamar.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Tamar Krantz, and I live at 691 West Street, and I thank you for letting me share my comment. I read a story in the Colorado Sun on Sunday about various Colorado cities and suburbs that are fighting developments as growth all along the Front Range is eating up our green spaces. So my hope for tonight is that you will recognize that we can't do things just because that's the way they have always been done. This is the quote in the story that made me think about our situation here. Every development, in quotes, every development site is now going to have more expectations, more issues, potentially more friction, said Tom Goujon, the president of the Gates Family Foundation. Gone are the days when a city or developer hands neighborhoods a nice drawing and says, "We're done with the plan, you'll love it." That impacted me because I think that the residents of Louisville have higher expectations than what has been handed to us. This proposal is vague It gives maximum flexibility to the developer. The general development plan allows many uses by right, and it bypasses our opportunity to have a city council hearing for special use review. The traffic demand management plan and habitat management plans are completely inadequate, have no commitments, despite what is said in the applicant's presentation. We are not so desperate that we should hand a blank check to a developer. We're not dying to restore the site to productive use, as Josh Radoff said, and this doesn't even meet our city code or comprehensive plan policies for the special district. On those lines, I just want to point out that zoning codes have been interpreted to favor and expedite development for a long time. It's time that I ask City Council to please look more carefully at the codes. When you looked at the staff presentation, you saw check marks next to some of the specific requirements for planned community zone districts. You saw check mark next to the PCZD purpose. First of all, the slide missed the first line of the code. It says the purpose of the planned community zone district is to preserve and improve the health, safety, and general welfare of the people. When the tech center was proposed 20 years ago, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was 370 parts per million. Today, the concentration is 420 parts per million, and it's rising. Many cities, including Louisville, now have goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. 20 years ago, city planners believed that Louisville needed an industrial hub. Now, 2 decades later, City Council can read the same code about what's good for our welfare and come to a different conclusion.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm out of time.
Yep, thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Next, we have Isaac Sendros.
Thank you. 100 Health Park Drive, Louisville, Colorado. My name is Isaac Sendros. I'm the CEO of Avista Adventist Hospital. As the largest employer of Louisville and an adjacent landowner to the Red Tail Ridge development, I'm supportive of this development and the approval of the density the developer is asking for, and I believe it fits within the character of this area and intersection. I desire this community to grow and consider this development complementary and supportive to the success of the hospital. This development supports all the adjacent businesses and will bring new, high-paying jobs into this community. This will positively impact our local economy by bringing more commerce, shoppers, and families into this already wonderful community. Ultimately, I see this development as a community asset. By allowing this development, which will attract new residents to this community, the city of Louisville will show why they are one of the best cities to live in. And one of the main reasons behind that is Louisville's heart and willingness to show their inclusiveness by welcoming new members into their community. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to say again that I'm supportive of this development moving forward as requested.
Thank you. Next, we have Audrey DeBarros.
Hi, this is Audrey DeBarros. I live at 839 West Mulberry Street. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment tonight and also for your service. Similar to Mr. Sendros, I ask that you approve the Red Tail Ridge General Development proposal tonight. The landowner has gone above and beyond to comply with the existing comp plan. It's important that Louisville allows the landowner to develop their land and to provide the significant community benefits that they have proposed. I'd like to see Louisville to be open to businesses, to economic vitality, as that's critical to our future success. We already lost Medtronics. We don't want to send yet another message to Louisville and our region that we aren't open for business. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter this evening is Brad Walker.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, everyone. A couple comments tonight about the Airport Noise Roundtable as well as Red Tail Ridge. First, several months ago, I made some comments about Mr. Lipton not being an appropriate delegate to the Community Noise Roundtable. And some of the members got a good chuckle at my expense and during the joint meeting between Town of Superior and Louisville. And that's okay. I understand that. But let me give you some background. At the last meeting, Matt Jones is advocating for the Community Noise Roundtable to be elevated to an equal status of the Jefferson County airports. That would be a violation of FAA Grant Assurance number 5, rights and responsibilities. Mr. Lipton, as a pilot, should know this and should have informed his fellow members so that they don't embarrass themselves. Matter of fact, Mr. Lipton can confirm that I've sent a letter to the FAA district office requesting a review of those comments and spelling out the delineation of what can and can't happen there. In addition, Mr. Lipton, at the last Community Noise Roundtable, advocated for the strategic business plan consultant to not consider flight schools. This would be in violation of FAA Grant Assurance number 22, which is economic non-discrimination. Once again, Mr. Lipton, you should know that as a pilot, that's just not going to fly. So I will be sending a letter to the FAA on that. And the reason why these two grant assurances exist is because the Congress has decided that it's not appropriate for local jurisdictions to have excessive influence in noise planning and flight planning of local airports. So if you're going to take federal dollars, then you should all play at a level field. And that's why Congress, in their good wisdom, implemented this law. In terms of Red Tail Ridge, the Community Noise Roundtable is pushing forward to an adoption of the consultant's report that you're aware of from ABC Times 2. Part of that is, in that consultant's report, is that increased residential development is going to be impacted by airporting noise. So you need to take that into effect and that in your deliberations tonight with the Red Tail Ridge development. Have a good evening and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. And I just want to thank everybody for sticking to 3 minutes and watching the timer there. If we can keep that up, that would be great. And just a reminder to let us know your name and your address at the beginning of your testimony, please. Next up, we have Terry Onasager. Sorry about the mispronunciation of your name.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I really do appreciate all of the effort that has gone into finding the best solution for this. The primary concern I want to express is just with the high degree of uncertainty in the number and the types of tenants. And I'm particularly concerned with the lack of any committed tenants at this time. I think the diagram showing an attractive campus-like environment with distinct interconnected character regions and a social heart to connect the community is fabulous, and I would love to have that. But at the same time, it's not clear to me that is realizable in today's climate. Throughout Louisville, we have empty and decaying buildings, Sam Clubs, Kohl's, Carrabba's, list goes on and on. And we have lots of land west of McCaslin that has had for sale or for lease signs for a couple of decades. If you go across Highway 36 to around the Flatirons Crossing Mall, there are a number of empty and decaying buildings there. So my concern is just that it isn't clear that the dream that's envisioned is realizable, that the development will come in and form that beautiful area. And so what I think is more appropriate would be to wait until there can be committed tenants and more deliberate planning can occur with more certainty on how the land will be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Next this evening, we have Rebecca Cornes.
Hey, hi everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the City Council. My name is Dr. Rebecca Corniss, and I work at 100 Health Park Drive as the medical director of the emergency department at Avista Adventist Hospital. I'm supportive of the Red Tail Ridge development. We have a fantastic hospital at Avista, and it serves our community well and provides many jobs for the people of Louisville. I'm specifically supportive of this development because it'll provide a more direct route to access the services of our emergency department and our hospital, which is important in times of emergency. Folks that are getting off US 23 or US 36 now do get off at McCaslin. You have to make so many turns, or you can get off on the main thoroughfare, but oftentimes people get distracted and they'll end up going to Good Samaritan because it's a much more direct route. So I do think that we're going to have more people making it to our hospital and getting taken care of at our hospital adequately if Red Tail Ridge comes into being. That's my concern, and that's why I think this would be a good idea from an emergency perspective. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next this evening, we have Cindy. You might be.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I sound like a commercial. Okay, so I sent in a letter, but I'm going to try to hit a couple of my highlights in these 3 minutes. So first of all, City Council required the Centennial Valley development to provide 38% public land dedication. And that gave us our scenic and highly used, some might say now overused, David Mesa. Red Tail Ridge will cover 8% of our total land in Louisville, and it needs to be considered and developed very, very carefully. I think we all understand there will be some commercial going in there, but there needs to be a balance. City Council can require more open space, and I think we should follow our national conservation goal of preserving 30% for natural features. And this 30% should be the developable land in Louisville. I'm not sure when that pre-existing conservation easement for Broomfield was put in place, but that should not count in the Louisville total public land dedication. I also think that any benefit to extending Campus Drive will be completely lost with the addition of 20,000 plus additional daily vehicle trips in Louisville and surrounding roadways and around Monarch Campus. And with all that extra traffic, I don't see how it's going to be any faster to get to the ER at Avista either. Is this going to be safe for students walking and biking to school? And then also, I don't think we should trade height waivers of up to 5 stories for a dollop of common open space. That's a really bad deal. You can require more open space without that trade-off. And then I was looking at the map in the presentation and wondering how putting a road through 2 areas of open space is going to impact wildlife crossing the road. I predict a lot of roadkill and maybe some vehicle collisions too with wildlife. I sent you an email with a link to the Burrowing Owl survey sent by ERO to Jordan Swisher. The Burrowing Owl is a federally protected bird under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. And the 2020 survey specifically stated that survey was only valid for 2020, and a new survey should include the new expanded buffer zones requirement. No Burrowing Owl survey has been done by Brubicol in 2021, and it needs to be done. And finally, I'm counting 165 emails from citizens of Louisville just in July asking you, do not pass this version. It needs more work. It needs more open space. I think I did it. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. The next commenter is the phone number ending in 9007. You might be muted on your end. There you go.
Hi there. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. My name is Chris Barr. Apologies for the delays earlier. Zoom seems to not like me. I live at 601 Spruce Circle. I, my family, and several of my friends are all longtime Louisville residents. I'm here today on their behalf as well. And in short, I would like to speak against the proposed development at Red Tail Ridge for 3 main reasons: ecological impact, economic necessity, and the town feel. The developer's plan claims, and I quote, to honor the natural beauty of the site. And frankly, one does not honor the natural beauty of a site by paving it flat, or, as a previous speaker rightly commented, naming it for what used to be there. Their plan eliminates habitat necessary for several species of threatened raptors, including burrowing owls, as the previous speaker noted. And it seems to practically ignore effects on terrestrial wildlife like deer, bobcats, and coyotes. It only pays lip service to prairie dogs, but most of their territory would go away. And this development would threaten most of what precious little territory these creatures still have. And this is problematic because it is a well-accepted consensus within the scientific community that at least 50% of the planet has to be protected in order to preserve it both for ourselves and for future generations. This might sound extreme, and it's actually not. It's so widely accepted that this January, President Biden signed an executive order calling for 30% of U.S. land and ocean to be protected by 2030 and extending up to 50% by 2050. Louisville ought to be leading the pack in contributing to this goal in whatever way we can, and protecting this space is part of that. The plan also claims to bring needed commercial, residential, and industrial space to the city, or not residential, I'm sorry, but commercial and industrial. But there's already plenty of spaces within the already developed parts of town. If we're going to be trying to bring more development here, we ought to focus on those spaces first. I'm thinking, for example, of the commercial sites off Centennial Parkway west of McCaslin, the Colorado Tech Center on Dillon and 96th, and like the old Sam's Club and Kohl's. We don't need development at the Red Tail Ridge site, especially without committed tenants, and the development does nobody any good sitting empty. And finally, I would also like to contest that this does not actually help the feel of Louisville. We come here because there is open space, because we're not part of the monolithic concrete jungle. This just makes us another part of the urban sprawl that is Denver, and I don't think anyone really wants that. So in short, I would ask that you reject this plan and help preserve the planet both for us and for everyone else who has to live here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that I'm really glad you were able to get through. I had down crispy mic issues, and so I'm glad you were able to get through by phone. And so that just shows with persistence we can work through all our technology issues. So thank you. And next we have Joshua Cooperman.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, this is Josh Cooperman. I live at 216 Griffith Street in Louisville. Although I do not oppose development or some development at the Phillips 66 Rural Special District, I urge City Council not to approve the current development proposal. This proposal is not by any means in the best interest of Louisville and its citizens, the region and its citizens, the planet and all of its inhabitants. I will briefly recount my reasons for urging City Council not to approve the proposal. Many of the people have expounded upon these reasons in letters and in person. First of all, there's lots of space for industrial, office, and retail already existing in Louisville. We don't need more. If we do need something more, it's affordable housing. The proposal is way too preliminary to realistically judge what kind of likely development we will get there. Third, the proposal is not sufficiently sustainable. In particular, the conception of it as a corporate center is way outdated and not at all contemporary. Sure, there's some contemporary aspects to it, but the overall conception is not, and that is the main reason it is not sustainable, because all you can do is drive there to get there. Fourth, the open space dedication is totally insufficient. Too much wildlife will be destroyed. And fifth, there will be way too much traffic generated by this development. I would like to say that I regret the nature of the development process. I wish that it was much more collaborative between the developer, the Planning Commission, City Council, and the local community. That said, I still do not understand how we've arrived at the present situation. As far as I can tell, the developer has worked extensively and in very good faith with the city. And the Planning Council, the City Council previously, and the local community has provided a lot of feedback on their proposal, both the first and the second proposal. And the developer has stated a commitment to working with the local community. Yet, at the moment, it is, if you look at the packet for tonight, it is clear that the vast majority of people in Louisville oppose the development. Why could the developer not have taken more of their input and worked with them as they committed to doing so? So I would like to say again that I implore City Council not to approve this development. I don't know if any of the reasons I gave you are legal reasons to not to approve the development, but I certainly hope that it can be amended one way or the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have David Sankey.
That working now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Good evening, David Sinke, 712 Main Street, Louisville, Colorado. I'm speaking tonight in favor of the proposed amendment to the ConocoPhillips GDP. There are many positive elements of this project plan that I could highlight, but in the interest of time and in an effort to avoid repeating what you've already heard, I'd like to focus on just one key idea. With high quality design, it's possible to achieve many different outcomes, many of the different desired outcomes. This land is currently performing suboptimally in almost every way. It's located directly adjacent to a major transit corridor, but has no active office, industrial, or retail activity. From a connectivity perspective, the property is a black hole. The proposed plan significantly improves this condition. Residents in Louisville have no access to this property today. The proposed plan improves access and provides quality public spaces. The property provides no significant tax revenue now that it is reverting to agricultural land. The proposed plan will create significant additional tax revenue. The existing habitat at the site is of marginal quality. Intentional design can improve that. The involvement of the High Plains Environmental Center is a real commitment to make that happen. I have personal experience with their work in Loveland, and they can make a real and meaningful impact. I think this plan represents a high quality design. It complies with the comp plan and has been significantly revised based on the public process. The process is working. Personally, I wish our comp plan called for some additional residential in this area so that we could serve our seniors and those looking for more affordable housing, but that's not within the adopted comp plan. This is an exciting project that will allow Louisville to demonstrate leadership in the design of a large, sustainable project. I urge you to keep the process moving and to move to the next step. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Tiffany Boyd.
Hi, Tiffany Boyd, 550 Grant Avenue. I echo Josh Cooperman, who said, I implore you. So I do implore you to vote no tonight on the Red Tail Ridge 2.0. There are a few things that we could work together with Brubicol to gain that compromise. The lower FAR is very important. We need to come back to the table to look really strategically at that. More open space has been stated and restated tonight, and lowering the height. When we look at what we need in this development to improve the health and the safety and the general well-being of our community, going back to the drawing board on lowering the FAR, increasing the open space, and lowering the height is going to be very important. There's been a lot of talk about compromise and about collaboration, and everyone is doing their part here. So the developer is pushing, and it is their property, and they will be developing it. And it's our job as citizens to push back and to fight for what the community is looking for. And there is a large majority of our community that is looking for more open space. I recently heard the director of sustainability and environment in San Francisco talk about that as we move forward as municipalities, we need to make decisions with an analogy on choosing a good Scrabble word. And a good Scrabble word needs to be a triple word score. So it can be a triple word score because we are developing in the middle of a climate crisis. We need to think about mitigation. We need to have robust building codes. We We need to stop natural gas. We need to build in incentives for developers for carbon capture. This is key. We need to think about the second part of that triple word score is adaptation. We need to maintain shade. We need to maintain green spaces. We need to protect wetlands. And the third triple word score we need to keep in mind is equity. And I think a lot of people have been talking tonight about how we wish this could have had affordable housing. So thinking about what it means to be a municipality that makes decisions in the middle of a climate crisis, it's that triple word score: mitigation, adaptation, and equity. So I ask council tonight to listen to the voices of the community and to really look for more open space and a lower FAR. And thank you so much for your commitment to our community and all the hours and hours that all of you as council have put into this. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Putney. You might be muted on your end.
Hey, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Well, this isn't my computer. My name's Elias Krantz, and I'm from 691 West Street. And I'm a student at Monarch High School, and I'm opposed to the Red Dale Ridge development. If I had a choice, I would keep the open space behind our campus as an open space. Monarch High School is fortunate enough to be far away from traffic and noise. And Monarch students may think that this is going to be like pizza places or a Burger King or a skate park, but it's most likely going to be office buildings and industrial buildings, which no matter what will be uglier than green fields and beautiful trees. And these new industrial buildings won't benefit the school and aren't worth the price we pay sacrificing the environment. The city should require more open space. The buildings could at least be all clustered in one area, surrounded by trees and grass. And I get the developer bought the land and that is private property. That doesn't mean they should be able to do anything they want. I also know that you're holding the city council meeting tonight because you are going to listen to what people have to say and weigh that against the developer's desire to maximize profits. So I have some things that you could ask the developer to do to make this proposal better for the people of Louisville. The first thing is change the design so that bike paths go through nature instead of through office buildings. The second thing, they shouldn't allow gas stations that emit air pollutants. I think they should leave at least 1/3 of that as open space by keeping the buildings together and away from other nature. And I mean, think about what is going to happen to the prairie dogs, coyotes, and deer that live there. It will be heartbreaking to see more wildlife on our campus due to habitat loss. Also, I think people going to offices and to school should have to carpool. There is already usually very heavy traffic on Campus Drive, and this development will only add more. Campus Drive should be designated for carpools only. And currently we're in a climate crisis, and the planet is going to be in worse shape for my generation because of all the pollution and destruction of nature. So I think that if they do this development, all these new buildings should be electric or solar powered no matter what. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. That's all the hands we have for this first round of public comment. Were there any other folks who had wanted to make a comment during this period? All right, seeing none, that takes us back over to our council comments and discussion. Council members, we have had staff lay out kind of the criteria that we would look at for this general development plan process as the proposed land use, then the type and character of development, number of dwellings, then the location of parks, open space, recreation facilities, and other public facilities, and then the location, type, and character of streets. I think it might make sense to go through in that order that they've laid out, so we talk about one concept at a time rather than mixing them together. But obviously, if it's the will of the council to do it differently, that's fine as well. But so the first within that layout from the staff was the proposed land uses. So are there any questions or comments from council members on the proposed land use section of the general development plan? Councilmember Dickinson.
Could we take a break?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is 8:03. Yes, thank you. Good point. So it's 8:03, and so we will take a 5-minute break. Thank you for reminding me of that, and we'll be back at 8:08. And just a reminder, there's about 64 people on right now, and so I'll try to say that throughout as well. So we'll be back at 8:08. couple of us back. As soon as we get back up to the council being on screen, we'll be able to get started again. Just waiting for a couple more folks. I normally start when we have a quorum, but this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and I just want to make sure that all of the folks that are considering the hearing are available for the entire thing. All right, all of us are back, and it is 8:09, so we'll go ahead and get started again. Like I said before the break, that we're moving into the next period, and so this is the council questions and comments period. So I was just hoping we could take topics up one topic at a time, just to focus so that one person's not talking about open space and another's talking about traffic. So I was just hoping to go in an order. So if someone would like to start us off with one discrete topic, I don't need to control which thing we start on, but I would hope we could stick on that topic till we can get through it with questions, comments, and figure out if there are areas of consensus around them. Would anyone like to start off? Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you, Mary. Yes, I would like to bring up the issue of the sustainability portion of it. Their plan for their commitments and becoming LEED Silver is commendable. I like seeing that. I'm wondering two things on this. Does that only apply to the office buildings, or would it also include commercial, retail, industrial? And is there any way for us to actually require that they do those things that they've committed to? It's easy to say, yes, I'd like to do this, and as we did with the rec center, we did not get some of the things that we said, yes, we're going to do that. So I'm just wondering if we have any recourse in the environmental commitments.
Director Zaccaro?
Sure. So what we've done with the proposal here, working with the applicant, is we have the PCZD zoning agreement. And there's a section in the agreement that states that at the time of PUD, they would have to demonstrate basically that they are meeting all of their commitments within the sustainability plan. So that's the enforcement mechanism, is we have a written agreement that would be recorded with all, if this gets approved with the development plan and the agreement and all of that. As far as the silver, their proposal is that would apply to the office development, and then I think they said retail. One of staff's conditions is that they broadly commit to silver for commercial development. Their proposal for industrial development is LEED certified, which is less points than silver. So I think I got all your questions there. If not, please let me know.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
And Director Zaccaro, could you just elaborate on the Planning Commission condition that was added?
Yeah, so the Planning Commission had a condition that they wanted to see that all industrial development be at the LEED Silver level. So there was no industrial commitment at the Planning Commission hearing. So the applicant has requested that instead of LEED Silver, that they would have to meet LEED certified for industrial. The Planning Commission also had a recommendation to lower the square footage threshold and add the other commercial uses, which they again added retail, but staff has a condition that they extend that to all commercial uses.
Councilmember Fahey, did you have other questions or comments on the sustainability piece?
That's all for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lipton?
Thank you. I have a question of the applicant. So I think in the presentation, it was mentioned that there would be 2 megawatts of active solar. I guess it would end up being some sort of solar garden kind of situation on the site. Was that accurate, or did I just make that up?
Yes, that is accurate. It would likely be on the roofs of the industrial buildings, right? Because that's the best surface area and optimal placement for that installation.
Okay, so it's going to be on site, on building, active solar. Okay. And how many square feet of building space could that support?
It's about 200,000 square feet.
200,000. Okay, so my question is, would there be opportunities to add more active solar through a solar garden or through some additional commitments for active solar on the site? It seems like if you're going to have a lot of common open space or parking lots or other, facilities, those are opportunities that you may not be taking advantage of. Do you have any thoughts on that?
It's something we can definitely explore.
Is there anything the city could do to incentivize that in terms of the development plan?
I need to talk, we'd have to look at Josh for incentives and how we would work with a potential partner on that installation. We would just have to explore that a little bit more about how we would execute on whatever commitment we would make.
Okay, that's fair. I don't want to put you on the spot on this. I do have one more follow-up question. I think you said all the buildings would be solar ready. So is that in addition to, or the active solar on the roofs, or?
Solar ready would mean that the roof would be able to handle the load of solar installation on the roof. So in the example, for example, on industrial, that means that you have to have stronger reinforced steel for the core and shell development. So that would be an upgrade or an enhancement to that building in anticipation of the potential for full solar install on the roof.
Okay, but the minimum solar install would be for 2 megawatts.
Correct.
Yeah, but something we could talk about perhaps how that might be increased.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks. I think a quick follow-up on that and then a different question, but in the same vein. This process, right now, how are you able to guarantee the solar output when you don't know exactly what buildings are being built or who's building them or who the tenants will be? Because it feels like we'll have that much, but you can't promise more because the building can only be maybe solar ready. Can you just help me understand the mechanism for how you're able to promise a certain amount and what might prevent you from promising more, or just kind of how that commitment works at this stage of the process when we're not approving actual buildings, just concepts for the space?
Jordan, you want me to speak to that?
Sure, that'd be great. Thanks, Josh.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good question. I think the sort of balance of what's an appropriate and responsible commitment versus what might happen down the road is a balancing act. Our process was a little bit of like looking at the square footage of roof area and thinking about which could be encumbered in a number of ways down the road, but that what would a safe amount be and how might that translate to a certain megawatt output. In terms of like how you guarantee it, I think it's worth pointing out that it's proportional to the sort of build out. You need to have load, energy use to have the solar under the Excel rules. So I don't know if that answers the question. It's an amount that feels like it is committed. It's something that we can commit to at this early stage. It doesn't preclude the ability to potentially expand that, and that's I think the solar roof, solar ready component, which we were just previously talking about, is a significant component because that's one of the barriers that happen when existing buildings want to add solar is they can't for a number of reasons, but the structural piece is a big one. It doesn't preclude the ability to sort of expand, but it feels like something that, any sort of building, regardless of use type, the proposed use types that we're having, would have the load to support the 20 megawatts. So again, it would scale proportionally. Feel pretty confident that the loads would be able to sort of justify that amount of solar. And again, if there was an ability to expand on it, that's certainly something that could happen.
And so what's your mechanism for guaranteeing solar ready? Because again, if someone comes in 5 years from now and builds a building, how are you mandating that that building is solar ready? What's the firm commitment that that new builder must do that?
Yeah, I think it's a structural requirement. So the roof must be able to handle X amount of load, whatever's required for solar. That's on top of whatever the typical snow loads and other things are. There's a conduit requirement, just so you essentially have buildings like with conduit ready so that people can just sort of pull wire. And that's typically enough. And that's what we have written in. I think I forget Jordan the exact sort of wording, but that was the two like primary elements that were the spirit of solar ready. Were there?
Okay. Yeah,
Just-
I think.
Sorry, if we could get Director Zaccaro, I think the question was more, how is it enforceable from our side? Less a question of how you plan to execute it. Just if Director Zaccaro could follow up and add a bit more to Councilmember Dickinson's question.
Sure. So again, I think the enforcement's going to be at the time of PUD. So, and then that would have to continue through to building permit. So when a new development comes in, they will have to give some sort of compliance report with all their commitments, including the solar ready commitment. And so that would be part of the PUD approval packet. It would be part of the record for the PUD. So then the staff would have to administer that through their building permitting requirements to make sure that that was followed through on as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think what the dance that I'm remembering from a year ago and today is this. I think the developers made a major mistake in not talking about sustainability issues a year ago, and now I want to make sure we're not making a mistake of overpromising sustainability issues at this stage that we can't deliver on. So I'm just trying to I appreciate the developer coming forward with the sustainability goals, and as a council member, I just don't want to be tricked in this moment of like, yeah, this is all things we're gonna do when it's not something you can or cannot promise. Which again, I understand also there are some things you can't promise at this point or aren't supposed to at this stage. So that was a follow-up. You alluded to LEED Gold being difficult because of the location, and if you can help me understand why this location might have some externalities that makes it difficult to get to LEED Gold, because I would otherwise, of course, prefer that you go for LEED Gold or LEED Silver with industrial. So what can you help me better understand what you believe are the externalities that don't allow that level of guarantee?
Sure. And I think when we presented to planning board, we had maybe a slide or something that sort of showed the sort of differences between this and that. So that might be a visual. But essentially, there's two. If you look at a LEED scorecard, there's two large buckets of points in the location category, and the first is just development density, which is as much about the surrounding density as it is about your site. So if you're located downtown, where you have surrounding whatever 2, 3, 4 story density, then that's like a starting point of. I should know this off the top of my head, but I think 5 or 6 points associated with that. Similarly, there's a quality, it's called quality transit, which counts the sort of number of transit rides within a given walk distance, which tends to be half or quarter mile. And I think our site is someone else on the team can hopefully help, but it's just beyond that. I think it's maybe 2 miles or 1.5 miles or something like that. So that's another bunch of points that's in the 5 or 6 point range. So the difference between silver and gold is 10 points. So right off the bat, if we were doing this project, and I've done several projects, down say by Union Station, for example, right? So automatically, those are. The sort of getting the LEED Gold is the same like level of effort as it would be to sort of like get to LEED Silver, because you've taken those things off the table and then you're sort of working on the buildings themselves at that point. So that's the sort of at least the main sort of elements of our reasoning there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lay.
Just a couple of things. I think. One, I appreciate the substantial change in tone of the applicant presentation. I appreciate the the way you've adapted to some of the, the comments that came from before, and I do see in the devotion to sustainability and the comments that have been made, among others, an appreciation of what residents and council said the last time. So I guess I want to commend the developer on that. On sustainability specifically, I think I'm kind of struggling with the same thing that Councilmember Dickinson was, which is, I think it's really important in any presentation, you're trying to give a big picture view, but there are things which are sort of anticipating other parts of the process. And so, when I'm looking back as to this presentation that the applicant made, there's a variety of things in there that really are, as I'm hearing it from you, Director Zaccaro, are really, it's premature to address them. I think the statement of intention is appreciated, and I'm not quarreling with it. I think in many ways, though, it's, the proof is going to be in the pudding, and the pudding is going to be the PUD process. And is that fair to say, Director Zaccaro? I'm looking, for example, at, it's the 7th slide on sustainable practices. And, it goes through a variety of different things, but formalized governing documents with legal accountability, things like that. And there's others as well that really, sustainability commitment plan, all these things are not going to be baked into the general development plan piece, but the PUD process. Is that fair to say? Director Zaccaro?
Yeah, sorry for the delay there. Yeah, so there is a sustainability plan that's in the packet. And so that sustainability plan has very specific, I would say, commitments. So it has things that they say they're going to do, and then some other goals that they may or may not do. So that plan would, in effect, be adopted by reference through the PCZD zoning agreement. So the 3.6 of the PCZD zoning agreement, that's where I think we're trying to build in this assurance. And so I think that language, the actual language, is probably pretty important to understand and make sure council is comfortable with. But it basically says each PUD request shall detail how development will occur pursuant to such, how the development to occur pursuant to such PUD will meet the applicable minimum commitments of the sustainability commitment plan, and will detail how such PUD will achieve the certain applicable goals of the sustainability commitment plan. It does go on to say that the city and the owner of the property may agree on alternative methods based on best available technology and industry accepted best practices, as long as the original intended commitments of the sustainability commitment plan are met. So that's the specific language in the agreement that we would be relying on for enforcement at time of PUD, and it references back to that sustainability commitment plan, which is the version in your packet, unless it gets amended otherwise through this process.
And I appreciate that. I think that helps, because while I recognize that some of the things that are said are just to provide background, I think it is important to give credit where credit is due. I mean, if we really are getting more of a commitment than we might have then that's, with another developer on another GDC, I think that's a good thing to be able to appreciate in all this. One question I had, again, for the director, it's in one of the slides, but since I think you could speak to this, what are IECC 2021 standards. That is one of the building standards. And I can ask the applicant, but I just figured you might know what those are off the top.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that's referring to. I defer to the applicant on that.
Why don't I, yeah.
Director Zaccaro, I think Councilmember Lay was referring to IECC, the IECC 2021.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's the that's the International Energy Conservation Code. So yes, so we have currently adopted the an older version, but we are, we have on our work plan the potential adoption of the 2021 for all development in the city. And so that's what that's referring to, is that standard energy conservation code through our building code series.
Very good. That's all I needed. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Just so everyone knows, we're in questions and comments from council members, so folks don't have to limit their debate to just questions. And Councilmember Fahey, I try to get through everybody one time, and so I will circle back. I just want to give the folks who haven't had a chance to talk about sustainability yet a first bite at the apple, and I'll get back to folks who want to make another comment or reflect back on something a colleague said. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I wanted to revisit with the applicant. They talked a little bit about the LEED Gold certification and some of the limitations in their view on that particular certification. I wanted to talk with the applicant and ask a question about sort of why the change from the, well, first of all, why the original industrial properties didn't include a LEED certification, why they're recommending a lower certification than what the planning board is recommending.
I'd be happy to take that, Commissioner Brown. So as we came through the process with Planning Commission, there was the request for all buildings to be LEED Silver. As part of the homework, if you will, in the understudy of really understanding that, we talked to multiple different groups. I won't go through who they are, but engineers, architects, developers, to really understand really the area of magnitude of that level of commitment. And ironically, three different groups pointed us to a group called Branch Pattern. And if you look them up, they're nationally and internationally known for their work in LEED. And so we took a hypothetical 130,000 square foot building that is consistent with the proposed master plan, and basically asked them to run a full LEED scorecard for industrial, and then also did the energy conservation piece of that. And the gentleman that we ended up working with has certified literally hundreds of industrial buildings. He's the lead guy that does all of Prologis' work. And he really felt strongly that the only way you could really accomplish that is what he called kind of the games that you can play with LEED. And let me give you two examples of that, and then I'll be happy to answer questions. So oftentimes you could go and build a core and shell building that, if it was a multi-tenant building, build out a 2,000 square foot office building, put really fancy stuff in there and call it LEED certified at a silver level, where maybe 128,000 square feet of it is not. And then when a tenant actually comes in, you end up tearing that out, even though you've got the certification. That would be one example that ends up getting you there, but it's really not the intent of what LEED accomplishes. A second one would be doing the exact same thing related to lighting. One of the biggest point opportunities is within lighting. And if you picture a big industrial building, the lighting component is a big part of it. But if let's say it's half full, you put in all the lighting and then a tenant comes on, you end up tearing that stuff back out. And so his recommendation was that we go to the certified level so that we can, if it's a single tenant user, it's easier to do that. Let's say across the street in Broomfield where the Crocs building is, that would be easier because it's one tenant, you're designing it all at one time. If you look at many of the buildings in the CTC where there's multiple uses inside of one building, it'd be very difficult to do that. So it was really at the recommendation of our team, the consultant team that does hundreds of these buildings annually, that we stay at the certified level, and then with certain users, we would be able to advance that to a higher level. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. So basically, it's possible that you achieve that, but there's no guarantee at this point, and it might have something to do with the actual tenant uses. Is that what you're saying?
Very much so.
Can I ask you another question? I want to follow up on Councilmember Dickinson's questions about the gold certification. It sounds like there's because of where the building is, that there are elements of LEED that have to do with proximity to public transportation, is what it sounds like to me, and that because your building is not, these buildings would not be sufficiently close to public transportation, that you lose some LEED scores. Is it that LEED Gold is not achievable, or is it that it is just requires different interventions?
Well, it's, as Josh read off, sort of shared it, you really start about, the difference in each of these levels is 10 points, and you really start about 10 points behind. In our Planning Commission presentation, we took a building, and you may have seen it, but we took the exact same building, we put it in an urban environment, and we took the same product and put it at Red Tail Ridge. And as Josh alluded to, in the urban environment, that same building, office building, was gold, and in this environment, it was silver. And so that's why we ended up in that silver category. Transportation is the single I wouldn't say just transportation, it's really under the category of location that is really the hamstring related to getting to that next level.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you for giving me a bite at the apple, Mayor. First off, as far as sustainability, I think this is something that all of council shares, and certainly the previous council who adopted the initial sustainability master plan. And I really appreciate the public comments around this. I appreciate the Planning Commission's comments and work with the applicant. And I want to make sure that we include staff there as well, because I know staff's been involved in this and making sure that our sustainability goals are all of our goals. I think it's unprecedented that we have an applicant willing to do a sustainability commitment plan that we can actually tie to the requirements with the PUD. And so that's something that Director Sicaro mentioned. I think that's fabulous. And I think it moves us someplace that, I hesitate to say that this is the only way this would get passed, because if we believe all of these sustainability things that we're asking this applicant to do are important, then we need to be looking at our own code and saying it should be important for everybody. So I struggle with the leverage that we have here and being fair. So it's just one of those things I want to put out there. But I believe that the levels we're talking about, silver, the certified level for the industrial, it's much farther along we would be, and we're getting a commitment from the applicant to do those things. And so I support this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll add my comments and then we'll circle back through for other people. The sustainability topics I frame within the type and character of development part of our GDP review. So that's how I feel that, we have an authority and responsibility to consider sustainability of it because it impacts the type and character of development. And so I do think it's important that we look at this and ensure that going into the next phases, everybody, the applicant, the community, the city council, has a common expectation of what will be required at the next phases, so that when we get the next application, no one says, well, I had no idea I was going to be required to do X, Y, or Z, because that just creates uncertainty. So I think the more we can document and clarify what's expected at this point in the process, the more fair it is for everyone and the better it is going forward. So I just wanted to start by looking over at the sustainability plan that's been included in our packet. So let me just get to that page. And on page 3 of 5, There's an item that's called building electrification, and it says building electrification from a GHG reduction perspective. One of the most important measures will be to convert all combustion-based HVAC equipment to electricity. The project will require all office buildings to use electric-based HVAC systems. So I would like to modify the sustainability plan to just read the project will require all buildings to use electric-based HVAC systems, and to further go on and state that there will be no natural gas used in the development of this property. So that's something that I would be looking for as an amendment in the sustainability plan going forward, so that the GDP is consistent with the type and character of development that's expected for this property. And we got a lot of public comment around this, and I believe it's supported by the comprehensive plan and well within our authority of reviewing a GDP. But I just wanted to read one of the emails, or part of one of the emails, that really stuck with me when thinking about and looking through the sustainability plan, and it's from a student. And she said in her email that's included in the record that we need to be accountable for all future generations and focus on a more sustainable way of building. I'm calling on you to take action for the city of Louisville and for future generations that we want a clean earth. We can be leaders for Louisville, and there's no reason to not strive for the most sustainable infrastructure possible. And I just don't believe that we are doing future generations a service if we allow natural gas to be used in the redevelopment of this property with what we know today. So I think that needs to be amended in the sustainability plan. And then additionally, I think we need to ensure that the 2 megawatt of solar is required in the first phase of development. And I have some other comments that I think probably better fit into the types of uses when we go through the use list. So I'll save them for there. And then obviously some of the other comments have to do with clustering, impervious space, and open space. So there is crossover, but I'm going to hold those for those parts of the conversation.
Mayor, can you refer to that page of the packet again that you were
on their sustainability plan? So the packet this time, the way staff did it was with these links. So if you go back, link to the previous council's packet from the previous hearing, and then in the bottom of the packet, there's a whole bunch of links to things, and one of them is called the Red Tail Ridge Sustainability Commitment Plan. So when you click on that link to the Red Tail Ridge Sustainability Commitment Plan, there are a lot of things that are committed to. And I agree with the comments that I appreciate the commitments. I would have liked to see it go further. I'd like to talk about that in some of the other areas and see what folks are interested in doing. But the one area that's of most importance or highest importance is the one that I listed on page 3 of 5. And it's based on public comment that we've received around building electrification. And so that's number 2 on page 3 of 5 under building electrification.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Next in the queue, we have Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you, Mayor. I initially raised my hand a second time to say exactly what you just said. I would like no gas on the property. The other thing that I'm thinking about now also, though, is the building materials. Are they, what kind of concrete are we using? Are we going to recycle the building things that they don't end up using? Things like that. And also the EV charging stations, and I think that might come under the transportation section. So I can hold off on that if you think it would be better there. But we could put, or they could put EV charging stations that are solar paneled above the station, so that there's no impact. It would be a net zero vehicle coming onto the property. So those are my other comments on sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fahey. Councilmember Lipton.
Yeah, I had a couple questions and then I have a comment. My questions, I guess, related to the leads conversation. So I understand why it's difficult to get to gold, because this is kind of like a separate development. It's not part of an urbanized area. So my question is, generally, as it becomes more urbanized, will there be more opportunity then to gain points that might eventually lead to, say, gold certifications, so silver?
Councilmember Lipton, would you like staff to take a stab at that, or the applicant, or both?
I think I'd like to ask the applicant.
Great.
And if you were to look at the detail, particularly in the location credits in LEED, they're very specific. It talks about density. It also talks about mixed use also plays a very important role. So despite densifying and building out our program, it wouldn't end up creating an environment that is urban enough for those types of points.
Okay, well, that kind of leads me to my second question. In terms of possibility of parking garages, and knowing that might lead to some additional density, building density, but also the possibility of more common open space. Would that then perhaps lead to an opportunity to gain some LEED points?
There is merit in doing it, as you just mentioned, for green space and coverage benefits. And Josh, tell me if I'm incorrect, but based on my studies of the scorecard and our research with the consultants, the parking garages would not actually help facilitate additional points to achieve gold.
Okay.
I think we're already assuming that we would be meeting the LEED open space credit. And the only other place that the parking garage might help is with regard to Heat Island, but we're also sort of doing white roofs. So I don't see us gaining a lot there, but I agree with Jordan that there may be benefits outside of the LEED scorecard, but it wouldn't necessarily improve our scores there. I also just want to sort of address your previous point. If things do change in ways that, we don't know about, let's say the transit stop moves closer, for example, just hypothetically, as a project team going through their LEED application at that time, they'll take advantage of whatever they can. So I think part of our challenge is just sort of like establishing goals for what we understand, but these are minimum. So if teams down the road feel like they can achieve that, they generally will try to.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate your candor on that. And then my last question on that topic had to do with, actually it did have to do with transit. So by having an internal transit system as your development takes hold, and like a circulator system to get to transit stops, would then that lead to perhaps an additional set of LEED points?
Yeah, there is a provision about having a shuttle to transit, and then it sort of gets into so LEED does speak to that. I think that the volume that's required is pretty significant, and so it may be that the shuttle potentially supports that, but it also didn't feel like something that we felt like we could count on because of the frequency and the volume that it would need to serve. If there was that much demand and interest in something like that and it was in existence, then again, like future project teams could take care of that, but it didn't feel like something to be able to bank on at this phase.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Now, I do have some comments I'd like to present, and one is I really do agree with Pro Tem Maloney's comment about undue leverage that we may be taking advantage of over this development, that we wouldn't request or require other developers, other adjacent property owners, other corporate citizens or residents of our community to have to adopt. And it strikes me that right across the street you have perhaps in Broomfield, you have sustainability commitments which are much less than what you're imposing on this property, and same in CTC. And I'm wondering how fair it really is for us, because of this development proposal in front of us, to basically put new codes and regulations in place on them and not on everybody else. I think this whole conversation about sustainability has really been informative in terms of us understanding how complex this really is. And, we've had on our work plan for some time. It's not like, we haven't talked about this for several years, that maybe we want to enhance or increase our sustainability requirements for all development. And we just haven't gotten to that yet. But we will. And that will be then part of the requirements for securing building building approvals and permits and all of that for this project, but every project in the city. So you're going to create an equal playing field where right now this is becoming a very unequal playing field, and I don't think it's fair. I think also that this whole issue about electrification, it sounds great in concept, and maybe it will work for HVAC systems in office buildings, but we have not had any kind of public discussion. We have not met with business owners in our community or, potential businesses that might want to come to our community about even the feasibility of fully electrification of industrial buildings. And I do know from my experience working at the university for things like process cooling, process heating for production kind of environments, you do need natural gas now. So to say, no, you can't even bring a pipe in to these buildings, that may be a decision you make. But it should be an informed decision after you have a conversation with the people that would need to use that source of energy in order to have a business. So ask yourself, do you know whether you could have a brewery without having a gas pipe coming into a building? Do you know if you can have a medical manufacturing facility? Do you know if you can have a pharmaceutical manufacturing or R&D facility without having natural gas? Well, the fact is we don't know that. So there is a process to find that out and to test that theory against the reality of those kind of uses and developments. But you don't do it tonight. You do it when you want to seriously look at the building codes for the city, and you have an informed conversation, you get public input from a large variety of stakeholders, and you do it right. This is not doing it right. So I can't support that concept for that reason, although I'm interested in what the applicant has proposed for at least electrification of HVAC systems. But I wouldn't go any further than that. And I would submit to you also, if you want electrification of the buildings, what are you going to use for backup generators? Typically, they're run by natural gas. You're going to bring in diesel. You're going to have a coal operation. I mean, to just say, black or white, you can't run a gas pipe to a building, I think that's not being realistic. And you should test that realism against the market and what people think now and what people predict in the future are going to be needed. Or else, why even go through this process of trying to review this development if you're actually killing the development? So that's my comment on that for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think the Councilor Lipton hit a lot of the points that I was going to hit. In my professional career, backup power was very important. And their diesel, their natural gas, or their propane. So there aren't really any good fuel sources right now for significant backup systems for commercial buildings that I'm aware of. Maybe the applicant has some ideas there. So I think it's an idea that I believe I support as an aspiration, but I don't believe it's something that we could require now, because I do believe that it's not something that is efficient or reasonably priced in the market today for having an alternate fuel for doing something like that. Thank you.
Councilmember Lay.
Yeah, I want to speak to the issue that I think both Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Lipton spoke to, which is I guess I'm trying to, I'll try to frame it as best I can. They can disagree with the way I'm framing it, but I guess imposing a requirement that isn't part of our current system or that isn't something that we require as a matter of code. I think it's a huge mistake to say that that's one, unfair, and two, that we shouldn't do it. I think one of the things that I think we've always begged for in our land use work is for people to be creative and to do things that maybe they don't have to do. And I think nobody is forcing anybody to come up with the proposal in quite this form. I think agreeing to it, and as a matter of agreeing to what the applicant is proposing here is quite a different thing than changing our code. It's not changing our code at all. There's all kinds of things that we might want to include if the applicant is willing and consenting to do that. I think it's a huge mistake not to take advantage of that. Many times in other areas of law, you know, you're setting floors for conduct, for requirements that you're imposing as a matter of law. And I have yet to see anywhere in those kinds of just regimes generally, just law generally, a built-in discouragement or disincentive for people to come up with this plan. I think this is a wonderful commitment. And I understand theoretically the concern, but this is something being proposed by the applicant, being described by the applicant, something that they want, they're willing to live up to. There's absolutely no problem with that. And I mean, I don't know whether I'm certainly willing to hear from the city attorney on that, but I don't think there's any unfairness to that at all. I think it's a wonderful thing. I think we ought to be encouraging that. Maybe if
it looks like Director Zucchero had a comment, so he might.
Yeah, please.
Again, to your point, Councilmember Lay.
Oh, sorry. I inadvertently raised my hand. I apologize.
Too late, Director.
Yeah.
I think Councilmember Lay was sort of looking into staff opinion on the legitimate nature or illegitimate nature of imposing these additional requirements at the GDP phase. I'm trying to paraphrase what you were asking about.
Okay, right. So I think the applicant, this is something that the applicant has brought forward with their application. I would say from a staff standpoint, it wasn't something that we said was a requirement of the application. It is something that's being volunteered by the applicant. There are, planning commission conditions involved, but those, again, were just recommendations to city council, related to what was already being proposed. So, from that standpoint, I don't know that there's anything in here from my point of view that is inconsistent with what an applicant might propose in a general development plan. It is supposed to be kind of a customized type of zoning document that does talk about the character of the development. So I think, that's my thought. It's definitely not, a legal thought on it that the city attorney might have if she wants to add anything.
I'd sure appreciate that if City Attorney Kelly could chime in, because obviously we don't want to do anything that's problematic. I think this is a policy issue that's really actually very important. Not a legal point.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Lay. I think this would be a good opportunity for the applicant to be given a chance to speak to the additional requirements that are being considered by the City Council. As Rob said, that this sustainability action plan was put forth by the applicant voluntarily in response to feedback received in the previous proposal. And they may have some thoughts in addition to those voiced by the council members on the additions to that plan that the council is considering.
Thank you, City Attorney Kelly. Would a representative from the applicant care to make a comment? Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor. When we heard the feedback from the community, we really felt a year ago, we felt strongly that we needed to not only bolster that plan, but to look at all the different resources, not only in terms of what the existing code was, but then also how it applies to the market. And so some of the comments by a few of the counselors have been really very much in concert with what we found. There are uses that could, if a industrial building ended up being more of an office use, which I'm sure we'll have some of those, it may be easier to go down that path. But when you look at anything related to processing, whether it be beer or, a hospital use, we have explored those with different users. And that's what led us to not go down that path on the full electrification as it relates to the industrial. So I hope that answers that part of the question.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. So we'll continue on with council member comments and questions. So I'll just respond with my feedback. So I just have a very difference of opinion with you, Councilmember Lipton. I felt like your comments were very much directed at me, so I'll respond, back. I also have professional experience building things and using a variety of different fuel sources. So, you're not the only one who's built anything. And Kestrel right here in the city of Louisville has no natural gas to the site. There are other developments all around Denver that have no natural gas to the site. And you can run a steam jacketed reactor and control the temperature very closely for making beer without using natural gas. There are alternatives. So is it easy? Is it maybe the choice that you would want to do if you're just looking for the cheapest way of doing something? Maybe, maybe not. Xcel Energy has a lot of different things that they offer in different states that have carbon-free resources. So it really doesn't just limit people to electricity. So in any case, I disagree. And I think given the nature of the general development plan and our responsibility to the community to consider the type and character of development, I think it's upon us to put requirements that meet the expectations of the community. So that's where I'm coming from on it. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your comments on that. I also disagree with Councilmember Lipton's comments regarding electrification. And what I would like to have the staff pull, assuming that we're not going to get through all of this tonight, is that I would like to see information about surrounding communities, including Denver and others in Colorado, and whether, any policies or movement that they have made towards electrification. I would also like to know about state level policies that are either proposed or in development relating to electrification. I think that my perspective is that this is possible, and that other communities are already doing this. And if we can help to push our community into the forefront, then we should do that.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's not a perfect analogy, of course, but my house is all electric, and I have a propane grill, right? So I'm feeling really good about the way I use my home and my main source of energy, but I do still use a propane grill outside. And so I think what the goal is of all electrification, my understanding is, hey, these things that we know that we can do, HVAC systems, otherwise powering buildings, we need to do it in the most sustainable way possible, try to get to net zero, all those things. For specific use within a building for an operation, I think it's potentially problematic, and I don't know the answer. And that's actually what I heard from Councilmember Lipton is, I don't know the answer to what that would do to say you can't have any gas in the building versus you can't power these buildings with gas. these buildings, these systems should be all electric. So I'd love more information from staff or whomever in the future about what those limits are. And then my only other comment, I know we could all talk for a long time about a lot of things, but more of an overarching comment on this topic, and I think others to come, is we have our minimum requirements that developers need to do if they're building a house, they're building a space, any kind, and they have to meet those minimums, and that's a requirement. And I think to get upset with people who come meeting the requirement as if they're not doing their job because they're coming in with the minimum requirement is a little unfair to anyone. Just this as an overarching idea, if we say something's 20% and they come in at 22%, to say, well, that's pretty disrespectful, I don't think is fair. And so I think we'll see that in a lot of different pieces here. But when we say the minimum is 20 and they're like, we'd like it to be 15, we need an exception, that's a big conversation, and they aren't living up to it, and we have to figure out whether that exception's okay. So in these sustainability topics, when the code says one thing and they come in meeting the code, and then they have a sustainability commitment plan to say, we're going to do this, that, and more, that's fantastic. And if we want it, again, just for silly numbers, if we're asking for 10 and they're promising 25, and we come back and say, that's unacceptable, we want 40, I think we have to, that's tough for me to swallow. But I think there will be moments where that's appropriate. And again, I'm being vague intentionally. I'm not trying to make it about one exact thing, but I want to hold this developer accountable to the minimum and believe them when they make commitments to do something better, and pick and choose our battles to when we need it to be even more. And I think there will be some of those moments. And so in this topic, I think all electrification for the buildings and how we power them is enough for me, but absolutely zero natural gas on the entire site for any reason is too far for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would just like to add, I kind of agree with what Councilor Dickinson just said. They are meeting the minimums and surpassing them in many ways. My request would be that they provide enough electric or net zero infrastructure that if a building going in wants to be all electric, the capability is there for them to do that. So I don't want them to, I don't want the builder of a particular building to say, well, I would have gone all electric if we had had more power coming in that form. So that would be my request, was to just make sure that the option is there to be even net zero.
Thank you, Councilmember Lay.
Yeah, I guess I want to clarify something I said, because and to distinguish. On this action plan that's been provided, I may have been too or disagreed with something that wasn't actually in a problem. I don't really know yet whether it is or not, but that is the commitment that this applicant is willing to make. I've got no trouble with it being a higher standard than what we've established. I think that's actually a terrific thing, and we should encourage that. On the other hand, I am concerned in particular with the condition that I heard, and I think it was articulated by you, Mayor, but I mean, there were others who supported it. And this is not personal, and we shouldn't make it personal. But there was the possibility that it would be only electric in the building. There would not be any gas on site. I think that's what I heard. I don't want to impose standards that we haven't enacted. I think that is That's a different issue. That's a very different issue because we're really changing the substantive law. And I don't know, I mean, there's rationale, and I absolutely would agree that it is worth a debate. I don't think it's worth a debate in the middle of a quasi-judicial hearing where we're supposed to decide standards under standards that we have here. And we may have general standards, but to say that somebody can't, I'm just uncomfortable with imposing that strict a standard when I don't even know that we can do that. I really would be uncomfortable with that. So I think for that extent, I agree with I agree with Pro Tem and Councilmember Lipton, and I think Councilmember Dickinson, and maybe Councilmember Fahey on that. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. So it seems that there's general consensus around allowing natural gas, and I just will make it clear that I don't agree with that. It's our responsibility through the general development plan review to consider 5 things, and they're very basic things. And one of the things is the type and character of development. And so I feel within our purview for that, we have to consider the type and character of development. And I think allowing natural gas to the development is out of character. And if we wanted to, as a body, ensure that for future generations and ensure that this was a quality development and the type of character that would be fitting for our community at the Gateway site and that would meet the comprehensive plan, we could just ask staff to work on language that's legally defensible to ensure that. And so we could take that path as a group and give that direction to staff to come up with a path forward on that. Or we can move on and not require that and have what I would consider a less optimal outcome for the community and future generations. So I've said my piece. I think I've heard what everyone else has to say. It did sound like there's maybe a little bit of possibility that some council members were willing to amend the sustainability plan to change the wording, because right now it says the project will require all office buildings to use electric-based HVAC systems. I did hear, I think 4 people say that they would want to require that all buildings would use solely electric HVAC systems. So I think that that's worth further debate, because I do think I heard people say that that was their expectation, and that's not what's currently documented in the sustainability plan. Any thoughts on that? Did I hear people right? Did I hear people incorrectly? Councilmember Lipton. You're muted, sir.
I'm not sure I heard exactly that, but I think Councilmember Brown's idea about asking staff to go back and take a harder look at this issue and report back to us next time, I think has merit. Because I think we're speculating on a number of issues related to this issue, and I think we do need more and better information. And then I think it'd be easier to kind of perhaps craft something that we can kind of embrace together, possibly.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
That was part of what I was going to say. So thank you, Councilor Lipton. The other part is the applicant actually addressed this. For an industrial building, if it's mostly office, then that might work fine. But there may be industrial uses that this wouldn't be an optimal situation. So I guess I would like, when staff gathers this information, is to also talk with the applicant and what ideas or possibilities so that we have a full picture on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the sustainability section? And recognizing there's quite a lot of overlap with transportation and open space in these other areas, but just setting that aside. All right, not seeing any. So would a council member like to propose a next topic to start to discuss?
I think maybe, thank you. Maybe open space and open space dedication. That's obviously been a big topic. So land dedication in general and all the different permutations of different spaces.
Great, please start us off.
Oh, shoot. Just thought it was a good topic. I don't know. Well, so Rob, if you could help us out, we've got a lot of public feedback, asking us to demand the 30% dedication of land. And I just want to understand what does qualify. I think some people, of course, we're listening to people use the word open space when they don't mean open space, or they don't understand the difference between open spaces versus open space. And this dedication, is it all, what is supposed to qualify from your sense? What is still maybe debatable? What is clearly counting towards that 30%? I just have a really good sense. I mean, one number says this is going like 13%, and so another number I can get to 42%. So I just don't have a good sense of what they're planning on dedicating and how it lines up with that new national movement towards 30%. So if you can help me just understand from your perspective, not the developer, not the residents, but your perspective, where are they at right now? How close to that 30% are they? And what would they need to do to get to 30 if they're not there?
Sure. So I think there's a lot of, and there has been a lot of discussion about public land dedications, and then there's the, President Biden's initiative and order related to 30% of, park and open space land, undeveloped land. And I don't know the exact terminology off the top of my head, but to me, I think there's some overlap, but they're very different concepts. So within our municipal code, we have a public use dedication requirement. So I want to be clear, this is, within our local municipal code, we have a minimum requirement for public use dedications. It's very broadly worded in our municipal code. And it talks about parks, schools, other public uses. It's very often used for open space or trail dedications within our developments, but it's really up to council's discretion as long as it's a public use, and is what our code says. So within this development, within this proposal, there is land being proposed to meet our ordinance requirement. Now this gets formalized at the time of final plat, and for non-residential development, the minimum dedication area is 12% of the total land area within the plan. So they have to, this needs to be dedicated to the city. This property needs to be given to the city. It's not just easement. And to make things a little more complicated, there's an annexation agreement, which we included in the supplemental for an 81-acre piece of land that was exempted from this 12%. And the record shows, and the actual annexation agreement states that this exemption was in consideration of the Storage Tech recreation facilities that were on site at the time. When ConocoPhillips came back with their first, with their general development plan, their agreement, acknowledged and accepted that exemption. So we've kind of carried that forward, even though those facilities don't exist. So I think, to answer one of your questions, I think is, what does our city, with our municipal code, what do we require based on our agreements with that 12% and the 81-acre exemption? So that would be 37 acres of land. Now, if you don't count the 81-acre exemption and you just say, well, what's 12% of the total site area? They'd be required to dedicate 46.7 acres. Their proposed public land dedication is 59.3 acres. So this includes parkland, open space land, trail corridors, and a public safety parcel for fire and police. So by that count, they're exceeding our municipal code requirement for public land dedications. It's a mix of public uses. So I think the 30%, the idea of 30% of land being, preserved and I think the call to action from the federal level is that this is a local initiative and a state, it's all levels of government. But, how that might apply to this development, I'm not sure. That's something I think could be discussed, but it doesn't strictly apply per our municipal code. It's probably, I guess I would say a broader policy on open space and how we develop could be a good way to do it. But within our supplemental, and I think there was a question that came in from council about, well, what if you totaled everything that's coming into the city? Or that would be coming in with this development. So not just what counts towards our public land dedication in the municipal code, but let's include that. There's public land dedication encumbered by easements that we don't get to count towards that 12%. There's a public access easement over a pond. There's the potential for this common open space. So that adds another 25 acres. And then there's the Broomfield conservation easement. So the calculation in the staff report, with all these uses, you get 128 acres. Now, some of these uses, I don't know how they qualify or would count towards what's being envisioned at the federal level. I haven't really analyzed it to that detail. I mean, it definitely includes potentially a public safety facility, which is, 0.7 acres or so, that probably doesn't count towards what's being envisioned. I don't know how they'd envision trail corridors, or if they're really looking at contiguous big open spaces, or what's really ideal, what's the ideal through that initiative. But in any case, if you take all of our public land dedications and the Broomfield, and I know there's probably opinions about whether you should or shouldn't count that, you get 128 acres out of a gross 425 acres, including the Broomfield parcel. And that is about 30%. I would say, just for a little bit of historic context, the ConocoPhillips PUDs, so there was never a formal public land dedication, but they were proposing 39 acres within the property and 20 acres within unincorporated county that would be preserved as to meet their part of their public land dedication of 59 acres. So ConocoPhillips had 59 acres also. It was internal and it was external to the site, just for context. So hopefully I answered some of your questions there. And
that was fantastic. That was a ton of information. I appreciate it. Obviously, we have a lot to discuss about it, but that was helpful information. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. I'll add my comments and questions at this point. So Director Zaccaro, is it right or wrong that the City Council has a lot of discretion in requiring open space through this development process above the minimum?
Right. So I think there is some discretion, and there are several sections of our municipal code that speak to open space. And there are different stages of the development process, but I think part of having a general development plan, that list that the mayor provided of the 4 things that a GDP is to consider is the proposed location of school sites, parks, open spaces, rec facilities, and public facilities. So it's trying to anticipate, I think, through the development stages, through plat and PUD, where you may want, it's an opportunity to more comprehensively plan where your open spaces are, not parcel by parcel. So I think how we've tried to approach this is, what are the, either all or the majority of the open space and park and recreation properties that we would want in this master plan development. So I think we should be considering what might be required through the platting process, what might be required through PUD processes. And there's 2 sections in our code that anticipate specifically that the City Council may require parks, open spaces, and public lands beyond the minimums in the subdivision ordinance. It specifically says that in the code, that the City Council at the time of PUD can require open spaces beyond the minimum 12% that you'd be required under the subdivision ordinance. And so those code sections are in the supplemental memo too. I could get into the detail of that if anybody wants that. But so yes, yeah.
Thank you. So we're at the stage where we're supposed to be identifying which open spaces are needed, but looking ahead, you know, because we'll have these other criteria through the plat and PUD process. There are specific criteria listed out for the types of things to consider. So in thinking about what types of things to consider, I use those 5 factors to consider the different types of open spaces on the property. So first, if someone on staff could please pull up the slide, the developer's slide 4 that was shown to us this evening. And while they're getting that up, I'll just tell you a little bit about what we'll be looking at. There's a lake there, and we got in our packet information from the Open Space Board suggesting that that lake was of critical importance. We got a number of community emails from people talking about the importance of that lake, and you'll see a picture of it on the developer's 4th slide once we get that opened up.
So I think I'm going to ask one of the applicants to open their slide. That's the applicant slide presentation, correct? I don't know that I have the most recent copy, so perhaps Jay or Jordan or whoever's running it can open slide 4.
It's in our packet, but whoever has it available, if someone could show it on the screen, that'd be great.
Oh, I apologize. I could probably get it open here.
So just going back to the discussion, yeah, so you can see that pond. I believe that's a picture of the pond there on slide 4 that the Open Space Board and many community members listed as critically important. And I believe that that's in the parcel labeled C3. So if you go to the general development plan, what you'll see is that around that parcel is a 4-lane road to the north side, and a several-story building to the west side, and a several-story building to the south side. So what is being proposed doesn't, in my opinion, and in the opinion that we got from our boards and our community members, doesn't adequately protect that wetland area. And there needs to be additional buffering back from that, and it needs to be dedicated as open space. To have a multi-story building blocking between the roadway and that pond and the mountains, it would degrade the open space, not to mention the habitat from the shadowing and the issues for the pond. But you can go to our city charter and it talks about the importance of open space to preserve and promote cultural resources, scenic vistas, and appropriate passive recreation activities, also to promote native plants and wildlife and their habitat. And so I feel if we don't protect this as open space, we have missed our charge. So that is one area that I think needs to be included. And additionally, if you're looking at this map on the green area, you can see there's actually a whole connection of ponds and wetlands area that runs along the north side of the property. Additionally, in the Northwest Parkway IGA that was included in the packet, it talks about having a buffer area on the north side of that 80 acres that is that area. And a 4-lane road is not a buffer in the open space area. So the road, when ConocoPhillips was coming through, was tucked, and it met up with Paradise Lane for the access to get the development out. And so to have that 4-lane road cutting right by all of those ponds really takes away from the open space in that area. So I think there needs to be a discussion around that. Additionally, so the pond areas need to be included, and the entire riparian section with adequate buffering from the different buildings. So the buildings would be pushed further to the south of the property and away from those ponds and away from the open space areas. But additionally, I wonder if someone can bring up the US 36 3-dimensional model for us to all look at. So another value that we have in open space in the community is buffering corridors, so that, you know, when you're driving between communities, we don't just all run together like urban sprawl. We also got a number of community comments around that. So when you look at the 36 3D modeling, the buildings, the berming does something, but it looks almost like the buildings are being placed on top of the berm instead of tucking them behind the berm. So the buildings along the berm either need to be pushed back from the berm or lowered in height, or there needs to be more open space buffering in that area to create a buffering view shed when you're driving between communities. So the way I would look at this, I mean, Councilmember Dickinson kind of said, well, what's the minimum? That's all we can require. I kind of flip it on its head. I say, what are the areas that we're supposed to look for protecting? And it's wetlands, and it's the overall need for open space and recreation facility, and it's topography and drainage, and it's the comprehensive development plan. And that criteria says including matters of state interest. So from my perspective, that criteria is where you fold in Biden's plan, because he said that local jurisdictions in the state have to take up this 30 by 30 action. So that criteria where it says including matters of state interest is where I think you get to that. So I do think we have a number of criteria to look at, and it's good to look at the amount of open space we need through that. And then you would calculate it all up. So you would say, okay, if we make sure those ponds and that wildlife corridor and that wetland area and the buffering from 36, if those are all dedicated as open space, what number do you get? And if it was like 10%, then we would require a fee in lieu for the rest of the 2%. But if it was 25%, you're over the minimum, so nothing more is required. So I look at the minimum and the way our code is written a bit differently than maybe how it has been positioned. But I think it's important that we consider all those factors and then try to get, at this stage of development, a general development plan of where the open space will be required. Next in the queue, we have Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that how you calculate the open space or the public lands dedication, public use dedication, is really important. It's my view that Louisville doesn't have any jurisdiction over Broomfield. That the conservation easement that exists on that property exists already. I find it hard to give a developer credit for something that already exists and existed prior to their purchase. I also think that I am very convinced by the comments that the community have made about the importance of open space to our community historically. Some of the historic things that are important and are some of the most pieces of open space that we have, and it was because.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councilmember Brown. You're, at least on my end, cutting out a little bit. If you might turn off your screen while you're talking, just for this round, so we can hear you more clearly.
I apologize to everyone listening at home. I think what I was trying to say is that open space is an incredibly important priority for folks in Louisville and has been for decades. And some of the pieces of open space that we enjoy the most have been because the City Council has stepped up and has required that of developers. So with that in mind, I think it's important for us to think about that at least 30% dedication, and to think about it in terms of what would be there, what is required. I'm unconvinced by these sort of private shared open spaces that have been proposed. I am also unconvinced by the developers' sort of use of a carrot, perhaps, with this council about height, that somehow we are supposed to do things in future steps, and that a future council would somehow be incentivized to do things that the developer might want, with the carrot dangling out there that we might get a little bit more open space. Personally, I think we should just get the open space, because I think that's what the community wants, and what our principles under the comprehensive plan and under under the general development plan process, or I should say the PCZD process, require us to do. So I'm looking at the 380 some acres in total that are within Louisville, and I will have a hard time if this council doesn't find 30% of that to dedicate towards the public. So
It looks like Director Zaccaro has a comment, and then we'll go to Councilmember Lipton.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, because I think it's been mentioned a couple times about the 36-acre area in Broomfield, whether a conservation easement exists. It is my understanding that there is no conservation easement on that property. And I would maybe ask the applicant, who I believe owns that now, to confirm if maybe something's changed that I am not aware of. But recently, fairly recently, there was no conservation easement, but it was anticipated.
And just additionally on that, if anyone wants to reference the Northwest Parkway IGA and how the land's dedicated in that.
Yes, Director Zaccaro, you're correct. There has been conversations with City and County of Broomfield about putting that into a conservation easement. It's been platted, but it has not gone to City Council on the Broomfield side to date.
And Director Zaccaro, can you please comment on how it's listed in the Northwest Parkway IGA?
So I'm not familiar with how it's listed in the Northwest Parkway IGA. I'd have to pull that up in that map. I would say that Broomfield does not anticipate development on the property. I understand they have policies related to that land would be preserved with something like a conservation easement. I will have to get back to you on the Northwest Parkway reference. I'm not familiar with that right now. The Northwest Parkway IGA. So I'll look into that right now. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Lipton.
Thank you. So I would like to ask for some help from Kathleen Kelly. Kathleen, if you would. I'm a little confused about the executive order and its applicability to municipalities such as ours in these types of conversations. It seems to me that, I mean, this was an executive order from the executive branch. There's been no action on the part of Congress. There's been no rulemaking. And if you look at it, it has broad aspirational goals. It includes oceans and all kinds of other things. I mean, are we bound by this executive order? Is anybody bound by it? And then the reference to matters of state interest. I think matters of state interest is a fairly well-defined term in the state of Colorado. And, you know, could you refresh our memory as to what that is and how that might apply to this property? And then I have a follow-up question after that.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Lipton. So I have not read the executive order, but under our Colorado Constitution, land use is a matter of local and municipal concern. And we don't have any, we have not adopted any ordinances, criteria, or other regulations in furtherance of that executive order. So, you know, I would encourage the council to look to our municipal code and the requirements that have been adopted by the City Council. With regard to matters of state interest, I think what this section of the code is referring to is what is also known as 1041 powers. And those are, as you say, they are very specifically defined in the state statutes. I haven't, I'm just looking at the ordinance section that's reprinted in the staff report. I certainly, would need to go back and look at the adopting ordinance that codified that. But that is my impression, just reading the staff report, that what we're talking about there are the 1041 powers.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, then my next question is, really, how much discretion do we have in demanding open space from a developer above and beyond our minimum requirements, which are part of our code? I mean, I'm concerned about crossing a theoretical line between what might be reasonable and what might be unreasonable and actually constitute a taking. So I was wondering if you had any general advice on how we might approach this.
Well, I think Rob did an excellent job of pointing out the several areas of the code that, does provide the council with some discretion. There's criteria in the code to guide that discretion. Now, that said, courts will find abuse of discretion under certain fact scenarios. The best advice that I can give to the city council is to use the criteria that have been legislatively adopted as part of your code. And Rob has them in the staff report on page 5 of 10. It's page 55 of your packet. And there are those 5 criteria where the council can require additional public land dedication separate from the additional open spaces or public lands. And if you use the criteria to guide you and you do so reasonably, then from a legal standpoint, your decision should be upheld if challenged.
Okay, thanks. So, my thinking is the mayor made some interesting points about areas of protection that maybe we ought to consider more carefully. I'm amenable to, thinking about those, but not in a way that then doesn't allow the applicant to redesign its general development plan to help provide those protections, but not necessarily extracting more open space for those protections. But, kind of shuffling the deck and maybe coming up with a plan that, accomplishes those goals, but doesn't necessarily penalize the applicant for doing that. I'm reading, and I have pulled up in front of me the Open Space Board minutes, which I think is the official, document that we're supposed to be using in these kind of deliberations, as part of the record. And, it's a little nebulous in terms of some of the things that they might have decided need protection, but it's also pretty clear what they approved, and they seem to be supportive, largely supportive of what was being proposed and the amount of land dedication. And they had, I think it was a unanimous vote on that. And I would encourage everybody to kind of read those minutes, because I think that is the record that we're supposed to be using in terms of knowing what the Open Space Board views were on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Lipton, that is what I was using too. So the part I'm reading is at the December 11th, 2019 approval, OSAB expressed its interest in preserving the area surrounding the pond at the northeast as publicly accessible area. OSAB remains strongly interested in this concept. So those are from the meeting minutes. So that's where I was getting my information.
No, and I saw that same information, and then they also, suggested that we try to look towards clustering of buildings in order to create more open space with a small o, small s, perhaps, instead of the defined open space. And so I think we got to look at what they looked at in totality, and not, and I think they had some very good ideas. I think you had some very good ideas, but it's a matter of trying to revise the general development plan and not just use it to, demand more open space as a way to accommodate everybody's interests and needs on this. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Councilmember Lipton, for that clarification. I think we may agree more than it seems like to me, but I mentioned moving the building south as well. So thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to sort of respond to some of what Councilmember Lipton was saying and what the city attorney was saying about the President Biden's executive order. I don't disagree that land use is certainly a local consideration, is a matter of local control, and in that the President of the United States has challenged local communities to dedicate 30% of their lands and to protect 30% of their lands. And so it is, it is within our right as local communities to step up and do that. Is it legally required by the minimums allowed in our code at this point? No, But I would argue that we do have the legal authority to require it based on the discretion, the reasonable discretion that is afforded by our code. So while the 12%, the 30% is not specifically written, it is a matter for this council to take up. And it is it is clearly something that's very important to members of the Louisville community, and specifically to the more than 40 residents of Ward 3 who actually indicated their residence in their public comments before the last meeting. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Councilmember Lay. I apologize, Councilmember Lay. Director Zucchero may want to respond to that. He has his hand up, and then we'll go to Councilmember Lay.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to respond to your question about the Northwest Parkway IGA. So the IGA designates the 36 acres in Broomfield as city preservation area, and the IGA states that its future use is to be limited to private open space, and that Broomfield hereby agrees to acquire a perpetual conservation easement on the parcel that will allow private open space. So there is no conservation easement yet, but it's set in the IGA to acquire one.
Thank you. Councilmember Lay.
Yeah, this is just sort of an observation. I mean, I'm listening to this discussion. It's a very, very good discussion. We have, I certainly, as all of you, have read an awful lot of comments, really good comments and analyses. I've just been overwhelmed by how engaged this community is in this project, and particularly on the open space issue. It is clearly front and center, and I appreciate you, Mayor, dealing with this, and what I think is kind of a little bit the way I'm thinking about it, which is we do have significant discretion in applying the rules, just as the director indicated in the staff memo. There are probably limits, or at least strong suggestions that I took away from what the city attorney just said. I think the more we can refer to our own standards, whether or not we review what was in an executive order, I don't think we even need to do that. I think it's nice to keep in the back of our head, but I would rather be around. I think that we're already good at, so I'd rather, bottom my concern there. What? I'm sorry.
I was sorry, Councilmember Lay, your computer was cutting in and out, so you may try the same trick that Councilmember Brown did, just to shut your video off for a moment.
Okay. All right. Is that any better?
Maybe. You might want to keep your video off while you're talking. Just, it seems like there might be
I'll shut it off, and I'll just I'll turn it off, and can you hear me better now?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not going to take it personally, Mayor, that you told me to turn off my video. So I think, I do remember one extensive email in particular that encouraged, as a lot of others did, maybe this one more pointedly, the use of every conceivable ounce of discretion that we can find. And there's nothing wrong with exercising discretion in a reasonable way. And I think that's what the city attorney has told us. So I don't know that I've heard anything tonight that was really unreasonable in that. We have different views about how much discretion we ought to be exercising, but I honestly, I think everybody's coming at this in good faith with an eye to doing what the people want, what the rules require, and what the rules allow us to, in our good judgment, require of applicants. So that's my comment.
Thanks, Councilmember Lay. Councilmember Dickinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I mean, I think this has been a great conversation. I appreciate everyone's thoughts on it. I don't think I really disagree with anyone, which is great. I think we're all kind of, in a lot of ways, speaking the same language. I think what I'm not struggling with, but what I want to make sure that we're able to do is have an agreement on like what numbers add up to make the numerator and what numbers add up to make the denominator, so that we as a community, as residents, as staff, as council, as an applicant, that we can shoot for a 30% number. Because if we can't agree what numbers go into the numerator and we can't agree what numbers go into the denominator, we can't get to 30%. So the developer might say, I want all these numbers in the numerator and I only want these numbers in the denominator, and I'm at 42%. We're like, neat, but you're not getting us where we really want to be. And a resident might say, I want all these numbers in the denominator. I want 425 in the denominator, but I only want open space in the numerator. That's the only one. And then they're never going to get to 30%. So if we can't have some sort of agreement on what we think matters in the numerator, what are like real things that should be put in that numerator, and what's a fair number for the denominator, we're just going to have trouble holding them to a goal of 30%. And of course, 28 versus 32, when you have all those different numbers you could play in, is difficult. So, you know, I was trying to get a better sense of, and I think the answer is, I'm sure in the executive order from President Biden, it's very vague. What is 30%, right? And is it of one development, or is it of a whole area, or is it of a whole town or a county or a state or the country? Like, what is the goal? And so I think for me, what matters a lot is this developer serious about maximizing the land that is not developed on? And are we serious about holding them accountable for that over time and working with them to increase that? And I think that's one of those really tough pieces that we're all going to be battling with, is if you give them 10 stories, well, gosh, you're going to get a lot of land. And if you give them 3 stories, it's going to be harder to get the land. And so trying to find those clusterings and those heights, and putting the heights at the right spot where we don't get, you know, our view blocked, all of that, I think if we're all acting in good faith, just trying to maximize and get to a number where we can say 30% and feel like that's an honest thing. And maybe we get to 27%, and that's a really impressive. Or maybe we get to 40%, or if you're trying to market it, we get to say we got to 45% because we included median, the strips in the middle of the road. And so, you know, I think the letter of it, spirit of it, I'm excited about the conversation because I believe we have a developer that's interested in maximizing this acreage for us. And I think we have a community that's demanding it, and the council that's talking about it, and the staff that's trying to get it right. But I just think we need to be all a little generous with each other and ourselves on, it's complicated, the numerator and the denominator and all this stuff. And I think the intent is good, and I'm happy with the direction we're headed. And I love some tweaks, Mayor, that you put out there, and some other ideas of really, you know, I think the developer seems open to where these spaces might go, and where we could get a little bit more open space near these ponds. Including the road, Mayor. I think they wanted it farther north, and I think there's some easement issues with the neighbor north. And so, you know, as staff council, can we help solve that to maybe get the road back north? If council wants it there and the developer wants it there, maybe that's something we can all work on together as well, because I don't think they're fighting against it. I don't think they want the road farther south. So I think that's it for me for now, but thanks to everybody for your comments so far.
Thank you, Councilmember Dickinson. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Well, I was going to argue against linking the math on this. Now, Councilor Dickinson said we should look at the math on this. You know, I really appreciate your comments, Mayor, and I'm going to put it in a little bit different context than you laid them out there. And my sense is you were really talking about purposeful open space. And I think that should be our theme and the way we should be looking at this. I'm struggling with the numbers, the percents. And so as a silly example, I looked up on the Louisville site how much open space we have, 2,000 acres. How many acres are in the city of Louisville? 5,162. So 38% of Louisville is open space. So I don't know, that's a fun number. And that's when we start talking about, you know, should it be 30%, this or that? To me, it's now we're arguing about a number and we're not really taking care of the land, there's ponds, and as Councilor Lipton mentioned, and you mentioned as well, Mayor, there's these series of ponds, and that's the kind of thing we should be preserving, regardless of what the percent is, the number, the numerator, denominator. So for me, it's got to be purposeful. That's a conversation I would like us to open up with the applicant to do that. But I'm certainly not stuck on a number, because I think it needs to be useful. And I think we also have to recognize, as we discussed during the budget discussion, if we're going to be having more open space and more parks, we're going to have to be increasing the budgets for these things for the future. And that's something we need to be looking at, how we use our open space funds. But I'm looking for purposeful rather than a percent. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's 9:54. And so we're trying to, have a break point at 10. I have down that we want staff to work on HVAC electrification information and bring that back to us. That was what I understood folks to say. Director Zaccaro, can you help us out on how can we facilitate this next part of the discussion around what Mayor Pro Tem Maloney just described as meaningful open space? It sounds like there's interest in talking about some additional specific spaces or, different things. How should we go about that? Or is there something you could work on between this meeting and next meeting to help facilitate that for us?
Yeah, so I think that I think the criteria is important, right? Like what do we mean by meaningful? And then there is ultimately, I think, some question of how much too, as well as the meaningful. So if you have some principles, as do you not want any roadways between the open spaces? Would you allow some roadways in some instances? So I think feedback, I think what I'm trying to say is any feedback to staff or the applicant could be helpful. I mean, what's in front of you is what's being proposed as well. And if there's going to be significant revisions, the applicant would probably need some direction, and then we'd have to process that properly. Or there could be conditions that could be considered, related to the open space as well. So I guess I would want maybe some more direction from council. I don't know if it's kind of ripe for that right now, if there needs to be more discussion about what council means or wants, and see if there's some consensus around that.
So council members, how would you like to go forward? Would you like to work on this a bit more tonight and try to figure out if there are principles that we could give to Director Zaccaro? Or do we want to put a pin in it and think about that? And then at the next meeting, we'll open with the open space. We'll just come back into this topic with everybody ready to go to have those principles, at front of mind. Councilmember Dickinson.
I mean, I think we could chat for a few more minutes to get a better agreement on exactly what you're asking. I don't think getting to resolution, but agreement on what we're actually asking staff to do. So, I mean, I would be happy to. Well, so I think we should talk a little bit more.
Is that okay with everybody? Just generally speaking? It looks like general consensus. Councilmember Lay, you want to weigh in a bit?
Personally, I think I'd rather come back and think about it in the interim, but if the consensus is to talk a little more, I think that's fine. It is 10 o'clock. And so I'm mindful that we have a lot of people who've hung on, but we can spend a few minutes. I just don't want to, frankly, I'd rather put a pin in it sooner rather than later.
I think we're in agreement. I'm only talking about a few more minutes as well.
All right, Councilmember Dickinson, kick us off and I'll keep us focused. And if we need to, we'll put a pin in it and continue on.
So I agree with what you said and what Mayor Pro Tem Maloney said, is that, and I think Dennis, you and I were actually in agreement. Like I was trying to get to the math to sort of point out that we're not going to get there with the math, right? Like it's too complicated. We can't agree on the math. So I agree that, I think really looking at what is the absolute best location and design, if you will, for incorporating what is there, what has never been developed. I know that's something that's come up a lot with residents, that while this is a private land and while it has been developed in the past, there are parts that have never, ever been developed. And so really focusing on those areas and really focusing on continuity and contiguousness and the connection to the parks. And I think it's really good, but I think it could be maybe just a little bit better. But I think we're all moving in the same direction. And I would agree that we should emphasize how the open space plays with the nature and the area more than the exact acreage gets to a number. Because of course we're going to be above the minimum. So I'd focus more on, is this the right space versus did we get to 30% of some contrived equation?
Councilmember Lipton?
Yeah, just a little food for thought. I'm really not enamored by the 36 acres contained in the Broomfield Conservation Easement for purposes of calculating our numbers and our percentages. I mean, I think, in the context of our municipal code, we require minimum 12% dedication of land to the city of Louisville. And we should be looking at that, as we get into numbers at some point in the conversation. So, and I think, we have to look at 12% or perhaps higher. So I don't want to go below our minimum, but I'm very comfortable with the direction the conversation is going in terms of trying to look at what, really is good open space, and open space we need, not just open space we want to get to some artificial percentage. So I'm not sure how we do that. And I think staff and the applicant really need to put some thought into it. But there may be some nips and tucks we can do and get to some kind of consensus on this. Maybe not tonight, but certainly at the next meeting. I'd hate to see this as being a sticking point in moving the conversation forward. Thanks.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I also appreciate the direction of the conversation. I don't disagree with the direction being focused around sort of what open space is high quality, what open space has never been developed. I would just put an additional plug in for quantity of open space, when it comes to habitat and the ability for open space to actually function as habitat and open space. You do need a certain critical mass. And so whether we want to argue about percentages and what's in the denominator or numerator, that'll be my focus, is to make sure that we have a sufficient amount of open space, not only to make sure that it is quality open space when it is protected, but also because the quantity of the open space is also clearly important to people in Louisville as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Fahy?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm going to agree with what's just been said, that I don't think that it is right to include the Broomfield property in any kind of calculations. And I do think we need to prioritize where we think the open space is most critical. And if we're calculating percentages, go with at least with the minimum, but also prioritizing, like I said, those areas that are most important for the open space.
Thank you, Councilmember Fahey. So for next time, like we said, we would have that additional information on the HVAC electrification. But it sounds like what might help us for this is to maybe have staff do some work to help facilitate the discussion around the criteria that we can use for consideration, to make a slide that kind of shows those clearly to us. It's in the packet, but just to have a slide ready for the meeting. And then to sort of, if you could take some aerial basically shots of the parcels that are in discussion and in play right now, like the wetlands, the riparian area, the pond area, the buffering area to the north, and the buffering area along 36. Those are kinds of the areas that I heard were in play. And any critical trees, the Open Space Board also listed that there were critical trees that needed to be preserved to the greatest extent possible. So if we could have pictures of those things to kind of talk about each one and then understand if it meets our criteria or not, I think that could help facilitate the discussion. Councilmember Lipton.
Yeah, on the issue of wetlands, I'd be interested to know what's there now, but I'd also like to get some understanding of what it could be, because there are ways to improve wetlands, and going through various permitting processes with the federal government. And just because the current condition is what it is, doesn't necessarily that means that's what we want to have at the end of this. So have staff also give us some thinking on that too, how to improve the wetlands.
Great. Any other discussion? Any other requests for data? Director Zaccaro, Planning Director Zaccaro.
Sure, yeah, thank you for the feedback. I just have a couple questions on your request for information on open space. There was a comment about critical trees that I didn't quite understand.
What I meant by that was just if you look at the open space meeting minutes, let me just pull it up in my packet. It says, it says that the applicant and staff should make appropriate effort to preserve natural features, historical and archaeological sites, vegetation of the area, including trees to the greatest extent possible. So if there is any additional information about what trees those are that need to be preserved to the greatest extent possible, that would like to have pictures of those, understand the location and how they relate to the rest of the open space. Because right now we don't know what trees those are. At least I didn't see any information about what trees those were. So if I missed it, if you could point it out.
Okay, yeah, I think we could probably get some information on, what trees exist out there, and maybe with the applicant can help on types of trees and how they might play into future habitat and preservation. So we'll work on that with that direction.
Were there other questions, Director Zaccaro?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. So we will need a motion to continue. So I move that we continue ordinance number 1811, series 2021. And I just ask the applicant and the staff if there's a date that it's suited to continue to. Director Zaccaro, do you have the
date? So I think that we were anticipating, and City Clerk Muth, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe did the 17th work as a continuation date? August 17th?
Yeah, I think the 17th is the next available meeting.
Yeah.
Great. And Mr. Hardy, does that work for your team as well?
Yeah, that was our assumption if we extended past today.
All right.
I'll second it.
So my motion is to continue ordinance 1811, series 2021 to August 17th, and Councilmember Lay has seconded that. Any discussion of the motion? All those in City Clerk. I'm sorry, it's City Attorney Kelly.
Thank you. To preserve our public notice, if you could amend your motion to include a time certain, that would be great. Thanks.
Yes, definitely. So we will move to continue ordinance number 1811, series 2021 to 6 p.m. on August 17th. Second. Thank you. Any discussion of the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, everyone. The motion carries. That takes us to our city attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report this evening.
Thank you. That takes us to council comments, committee reports, and identification of future agenda items. Council members have any committee reports that need to be made tonight or identification of future agenda items? Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to let everyone know that the CC4CA and me as a member will be conducting a conversation with Congressman Neguse on Thursday afternoon. So if there's anything that you would like me to mention to him regarding our climate efforts in the city, just let me know before Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fahey. Any other committee reports that need to go tonight? All right, seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.